Hey, welcome back, everybody, for another episode of Water. Particularly excited about this one because last session there was a hurricane that hit the island, and we got to see what everybody else was doing, and Susie literally almost died because she wouldn't let go of a grass mat. But Tamsin and Lyle were not there, so now we get to find out what was going on with them, and then we'll see if they make it back. With the other group or what the other group ends up doing. So this is going to be great. Before we dive into all that, though, I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves. Quick shout out before we get started, though, for Can to Chaos Art and Leopold the Just. They couldn't make it tonight, but definitely go give both of them a follow on Twitter because they're awesome. Introductions normally starting at the top left. Alex isn't here, so we'll hop down to Zan. Tell us a little bit about TC and yourself.
Hi everybody, I'm Zan. I'm a professional DM and content creator for 5e, World of Darkness, powered by the Apocalypse, and a whole bunch of other great games out there. If you want to find me, you can find me here now or over on Polished Cryptid's channel at the ungodly hour of 3 o'clock in the morning on Tuesdays and Fridays. And I am playing TC today, and TC is some would call him an eco-terrorist. Others would probably also call him an eco-terrorist. He has blown some things up and made suggestions to everyone that seem appropriate of who we should blow up now. But he's really trying to foster trust in the group that doesn't seem to be there. So he's really trying to push everybody to talk and to make people aware when they are the weakest link so that they can do better and make everyone else better by that same hand. Yeah.
So I think that's a pretty good summary of TC. So would you say that he believes everything can be solved with the proper application of high explosives?
Most things. Not everything. If it moves and is not supposed to move, then you should probably use pine resin. But if it's not moving and is supposed to move onward, then yeah, high explosives. That works.
Okay. Next we've got Pat. Tell us a little bit about Owen and yourself.
Hi, I'm Pat. I'm a Tactric on Twitter and places online. I'm playing Owen. Owen was one of the ship's chefs. I can do words today. That's fine.
That's a tongue twister.
He was, and I guess still is, a chef. Also got a bunch of alien nanobots running around throughout his body, which has granted him some scorn from the non-nanobot people of the group, namely everyone else. And yeah, he's still very adamant on leaving this planet and is not happy that a lot of the group seems to be just settling in for the long haul at this point.
Fair. Next, we've got Econorlax. Tell us a little bit about Allison and yourself.
Hello, I'm Econorlax and I play TTRPGs with whoever of the wonderful people of Twitch will have me. And when I'm not struggling with executive dysfunction, I'm stream some games of my own, computer games on my own channel. Yeah, that's mostly that about me. And I play every week at this time of day. I play Alison, tiny young woman who also happens to be Bosco certified childcare specialist, and that's she doesn't think it's this planet is the right place for her to be, because kindergarten teacher is not a survival specialist, but she also happened to discover that her people skills may have some use for this group. Actually, how to put it, that this group is cracking so bad that her people skills might actually save some lives here. And Owen, you are ship's chef, because this island floats and is clearly too big to be called a boat.
I like that. All right, and last but not least, Jay, tell us a little bit about Tamsin and yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm Jay, or Alien Jays. I'm a writer, role player, and game dev. You can find me on Twitter at AlienJays or itch.io at Jalien. Today I'm playing Tamsin, who is stretched beyond her limits because she's an astrophysicist, not whatever the hell the group needs her to be. And she doesn't seem to deal well with people, especially young people who are headstrong and flout the rules despite them being stated. She's turned into a kind of a stickler about some things because she's very fed up with being on this planet, and she's slowly losing all manner of composure. Like Raven said, last session she kind of just took off with Lyle back to the fridge to see how it was faring in the storm. And I don't know how that's going to turn out, so I'm quite excited to see what's going to happen.
Me too. As soon as you said that, that last session, because I knew what was going to happen, I was just like, oh, this is going to be fun. But yeah, that just leaves me. I'm Raven. I'm the creative director for the Raven Evermore, which is my brand for all the various things that I do, most of which are tabletop related. You can find all that stuff on my link tree, which is right there in chat, or would be if chatbot was working right. Let me just double check that it's actually there. It is not.
Violence
making me
against
log
the
in again.
machine, Snorlax. Violence against the machine.
It's gonna make me log in. I'll do all that stuff again. So in a minute, links will be up there. But yeah, that's me, and I play everybody else and everything else in this world that we're playing in. Also, a quick thing to note, and once again, my bot is not working, so I don't have links in chat, but I will soon. But quick mention to sponsors, which is Intrepid, and Fundamental RPG, which is the system that this game runs on. And I'm super excited because the official second edition dropped a couple days ago, and I now have it on my phone, like easy to read and with really cool art and stuff. And so now when people have questions like, hey, what does this thing do again? I can be like, let me look it up. And I can pull it right up. It's fantastic. Anyways, you can find that at coffee.com/raven/shop. Just like it says at the bottom of the screen here, just add /shop to the end of it. And you can pick up the PDF copy. It's currently $18.99, and it includes the core book, a printable character sheet, and a form fillable PDF character sheet. So pretty cool stuff. The print version will be available for purchase in a few days. Had a little formatting snag with Amazon on that, so we're getting that fixed though. And then Intrepid is just adventuring gear for real life. So if you like outdoors or casual or athletic wear with a tabletop theme, there's tons of that on there. It's really cool stuff. And you can find it at the same place. Just look for Intrepid instead of Fundamental RPG. All that out of the way. Tamsin, everybody was kind of arguing in the teleporter room, and you just kind of grabbed Lyle and Quackers and was like, all right, I'm gonna peace out. Teleported over to the over to the fridge. And while you're there, you probably notice a storm way off in the distance, in the direction of the island. But it's like, you're like, that looks like a storm cloud might be approaching at some point in the near future. But it's not like close or anything like that at all. So that's probably one of the first things you notice. Aside from that, everything looks pretty much how you left it the last time. It doesn't look like any new pods have opened, or that anyone has been here. There's no new note from Wilfred up on the wall or anything like that. That's pretty much it.
So the sky doesn't look any like the storm is clearly not here. It's mostly just at the island we live on at the moment.
It's like past where you are pretty sure the island is.
Interesting.
Like it's way off on the horizon.
Okay. Wasn't, just to clear my memory, wasn't last session we were under the storm, or it was like just approaching?
I think it was just about to overtake the island.
Okay.
So
Just so I know
getting
time-wise, yeah.
like wind and stuff like that, but it hadn't really started raining yet.
Okay. And here at the fridge, it's like calm seas, essentially, is what you're saying?
Yeah,
Cool.
it's pretty calm for now. But
think we lucked
you
out
can
on
see
this
it on the horizon. You know it's coming your way. Like
Oh, okay. It's coming our way. Sorry, I read
Yeah.
that wrong.
it's not going to be a surprise that it's coming towards you.
Yeah. Okay. So this is also for the rest of the cast. Did we take the fabricator from here and install it in the island? I think we did.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I know it was taken. I don't know that you actually installed it on the island, though.
Well, it's not at the fridge. Is mostly what I'm getting at.
Gotcha.
Susie
I
did
was thinking,
install it.
Yeah.
oh, did you? Oh, okay. Never mind.
Solar panels and all. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
that's right. That's right.
Okay, and I brought my stone with me, so I can always pop back whenever I need to. Though plot-wise, I suspect I won't. Okay, so I think Tamsin would look to Lyle and say, well, we've got a bit of time. Let's see if there's anything else we can scavenge or at least make safe on here, and she'll gesture towards the cryopods. I don't know if these things are going to stand up to more than one or two more storms. They're not made to be exposed like this.
Lyle looks around and kind of nervously, and then looks at the cryopods and is like, you might be right. Maybe if we can like secure the doors better, or something like that, so the wind can't blow stuff in.
Mm-hmm.
The ship hull looks like that part looks okay, so I think it's just the door. If we could maybe make something that would cover that, or
Did we leave like anything here?
I think there's still like part of that catwalk that's still
Okay,
there.
cool.
You could
'Cause
salvage enough
I was
titanium
gonna
to make
say
like some plating or something, I think.
that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Or
We
go
don't have a
search for some.
constructor or anything, but it's definitely yeah.
If you would like to say that you grabbed one of those handheld ones on
that's
your
too
way out,
easy.
that's okay.
Raven, that's too
fine.
easy. She wasn't thinking. She was pissed. She wanted out, so she basically just grabbed Lyle and was like, "We're going," and then popped out.
Fair.
So, Lyle and Tamsin really aren't keen on the water. That's one thing they share in common. So I think it will definitely be scavenge what they can out of the catwalk, leaving enough that they can still walk out of the fridge without dropping into the leech-infested waters. But
Yeah, you like leave like a couple of the ropes and just have like a the one where you hold onto the top rope and stand
Yeah.
on the bottom and like, shimmy across.
back to the old tightrope system, easy peas. That
Yeah.
never gave me any problems or anxiety. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I think Tamsin will suggest that and that they do that, but make it enough that they can still open, like it's not permanent. They don't have to like deconstruct the whole thing.
Okay. So without the handheld fabricator thing, you're
Mhm.
essentially just taking these plates and kind of like
Stacking them.
stacking them. Okay.
Yeah. If there's anything from the cryopods that have been opened that could be like pulled off and used to wedge them in place, I think she'd do that.
You could probably like salvage some of the lids. I'll say there's enough like screwdriver type tools still in there that you could potentially do that. I'll need a mechanical engineering roll though.
Absolutely. So, Tamsin, where are you? Tamsin.
And the bot is reconnected now, so this should work. So those links that I mentioned before, there's the link tree, and
That's not good.
there's the sponsors link.
Nice. 17, which is not great.
17. Yeah, not the
Not
best.
super good.
Let's see if Lyle can help you out here.
I have a funny feeling this is not going to go our way.
Lyle hasn't leveled up in a while. But let's see what happens.
Sure.
14. We'll collectively call that a 20. And yeah, you're able to pry some of those lids off and kind of use them as like studs almost.
Yeah.
To make this sort of makeshift debris wall.
It's enough to keep most of the rain out is kind of what I'm aiming for.
Yeah. It does an okay job.
Okay.
By the time that you get done with all that, you can see that this storm is definitely over the island by now.
Okay.
And it's approaching you, and it looks a little bit bigger than maybe you would have expected. Definitely bigger than anything you've seen so far.
Okay. I'm trying to think what else Tamsin would want to do at this place. I mean, she doesn't like I have my knife with me. I think that's it. I think that's all the tools that I've got with me. Tamsin's rapidly realizing how stupid this was. But she's also not keen to jump back anytime soon with everything that's gone on, especially not in the middle of a storm and everything kind of going chaotic. So I think she probably just like sits tight with Lyle until the storm hits, and then, she'll deal with that once it arrives.
Sorry, she's on Zoom chat.
She's very practical in that way.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I can tell them it was quackers.
It was crackers all along.
The duck just went nuts, grabbed the knife out of my hands, and just kept going to town. Anyway, this is Baylor. He's our new recruit.
I love the storyline now. Anyways. So sorry, what are you doing?
Tim is just gonna sit tight, kind of just wait to see what the storm's kind of intensity is, to see if she needs to like sit against the scrap door that they've made and keep that in place.
I'll let you do an education check or a naturalist check, whichever one you'd prefer, to see what you think as this thing is approaching.
Okay. Oh wow!
And they will give you different information.
31 for education.
Education, okay. So, having been through that last storm and being an astrophysicist, knowing a little bit about meteorology, probably not a ton, but some. That was probably like a tropical storm or tropical depression or something like that, and that this storm looks bigger,
like a typhoon.
So you're probably looking at like a hurricane. With a 31, you might even know that it's somewhere between a category 1 and 2. You're not quite sure how bad it's going to be.
That's not the worst it could be.
Yeah, it's on the lower end of hurricanes, but it's still a hurricane.
Which is like saying it's a smaller gauge shotgun. Okay, yeah. Okay. So she's much as Tamsin tends to do, she's keeping these things to herself. Don't need to panic anyone, let alone herself. So I think she's just kind of keeping that under her hat, and she'll tell Lyle like, hey, maybe just stay in the center of the fridge for now. How big is the fridge, by the way? I know we've talked about this, but
it's quite large. It's mostly taken up by these cryopods that are kind of like, in stacks. But it is quite large. It's big enough to house, I think it was 500 or 600 of these pods.
It was, yeah.
If I remember right, yeah. So, 500 or 600 triple bunk beds, or triple bunk beds that can hold 500 to 600 people. Look at it that way.
Yeah, I think she would tell Lyle like we should get kind of in the middle of this place just in case the weak points come down. Okay. And if the cryopods, and she won't say this out loud, but in her head she's like, and if the cryopods fall, we'll probably die instantly. She's nothing if not a realist.
That's fair. So you're on the inside of this thing with all of the stuff stacked up, not on the outside.
Yes. Yeah. Oh my god, no, I wouldn't be on the outside.
I thought that was kind of weird, but I was also like, okay.
Quick, Lyle, dive under the water. We'll die from the macrogars well before the storm hits.
I mean, under the water's not going to be as bad, but yeah.
But also, it's going to be worse. Yeah.
All right.
There aren't any bobbit leeches in the fridge raven, right?
that you know of.
Yeah. Over the last month, they've adapted to ground travel. So
I mean, there's some pools of water in here now, but you know, it's fine.
don't tell me these things. Don't tell me. I don't need to.
It's mostly it's at the back. Just don't go all the way to the back. You'll be fine.
Yes, Pat. Life finds a way. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So you head to the middle of this thing, and yeah, you start to feel the wind pick up. You can hear it rushing through the little cracks and little tiny holes in the hull, and it's really whipping through the gaps in your makeshift barricade.
It's going fine.
It's not too bad at the moment. You're far enough back that like the salt and whatnot that's blowing through like a sandblaster is not hitting you. But you can definitely smell a lot more salt and tell that some sprays coming up and hitting the barricade and whatnot.
Okay.
And this is at the edge of the storm. So,
it's gonna be okay, Lyle. And she's kind of like petting him and Quackers, kind of like at the same time, just like it's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be okay. She's trying to keep her shit together because she's, on the one hand, she's got this mindset of we can always go back if it gets too bad, but also we probably shouldn't go back until tomorrow. Just let this whole thing blow over, literally and figuratively and emotionally. Because she's still kind of pissed. She's in the back of her head, she's still frustrated about what went down and what they've all been through and everything.
Okay. Let me get a gut feeling check from you as you're doing this.
I'm almost hoping this goes bad. 22.
22. Yeah, you've got kind of a bad feeling about your situation. This definitely seems like it's not the safest place you could possibly be, but it's not also not like you have a whole lot of different options.
Right.
So it's not like an imminent I need to bolt out of here or anything like that. But you're definitely feeling like you're in danger.
Okay. Again, I think she'd keep this to herself.
Okay.
It's she knows well enough not to say this kind of thing when you're in the middle of it, but she is gonna see if she can find a spot that's less that would be less likely to like collapse, I guess, or be blown in if the middle of the ship isn't like safe per se.
Yeah, the Tamsin go-to move. I keep that scary information to myself.
Since day one.
So there's a few different options here. As the wind starts to pick up and it starts, you hear heavy rain hitting down on the top of this section. The fridge, which has seemed really sturdy up to this point, feels slightly less so. Like it's not like it's blowing around all over the place or anything like that, but it's definitely feels it's moving a little. Yeah.
Okay.
That's and right. As for like where's safer or less likely to collapse or anything, you don't feel like this section's going to collapse. It seems pretty sturdy.
Okay.
It's one of the more durable parts of the ship as a whole, and these cryopods are airtight and whatnot. They've got their own oxygen and power and all that running through here. So like they're sturdy. A lot of care went into that. They're not gonna like fall on top of you more than likely.
Okay.
So anywhere in here's probably gonna be okay.
Yeah.
The more dangerous places are probably gonna be towards the entrance because your makeshift barricade, you probably are pretty sure it's not going to hold.
Yeah.
And then the bottom is partial. Well,
I was gonna say
big
partially
chunk of it
submerged. Yeah.
is underwater, but also there's a bunch of stagnant water at the back because it's been at an angle and water's blown in and things like
Right. Right.
that. So probably also not a great option.
Okay, so stuck between sepsis and death. Yeah, this is good. This is fine. So yeah, she'll stay put. She'll kind of brace up against the wall and tell Lyle to do the same. And just she'll put her hand out with the stone in hand, like the teleport stone. And she'll just, she'll tell him, just keep your hand on this, and she'll basically like hold hands with him with the stone in the middle, just in case.
As you're talking,
Mhm.
you probably realize after a few seconds that you're steadily talking louder and louder and louder because it is raining harder, to the point where you realize you're yelling that last few words. And Lyle's looking at you like, what? And takes you a couple tries.
Yeah, right.
And eventually he gives you a thumbs up.
Okay.
And Quackers just quacks.
And she'll like put one hand over one ear and like jut the other into her shoulder just to kind of keep. I mean, she can't hear as much now, but she'd still rather not lose more hearing.
It's fair. After probably a good 30 minutes to an hour, the wind gets a lot worse, and your barricade starts to lose a lot of pieces, and they start blowing inward. So I do need a nimbleness check to avoid flying debris.
This can only end well. She's actually quite nimble for a 60-year-old. 31.
Yeah, you do a pretty good job. Because Leland's not here. Lyle and Quackers have plot armor.
Yeah.
So, Lyle ends up with a couple of scrapes and bruises or whatever, but he's mostly fine.
I think I remember that gust of wind. That gust of wind seems real familiar.
Right? It's maybe something that had a little bit of mud involved at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that happens, and once it does, you can feel the wind start pouring into this wind tunnel, essentially.
Yep.
And it's pushing you and Lyle back towards the bottom of this thing. And that's when you ever been on like a roller coaster or like those rides where they just drop you really fast, and that feeling you get in your stomach?
Yep.
Kind of get that feeling as you feel the fridge being lifted up and coming at more of an angle by this wind. And you hear scraping and things like that underneath as it's grinding against coral and rocks and sand.
Does it feel like it's come fully out of the water? Or does it feel like it's being like...
Well, since you're hearing the scraping and everything, you're pretty sure that it's still submerged. It's probably like a drawbridge.
Oh, like it's
bridge.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know why I couldn't say that, but yeah, it's doing the angled up thing.
So I think Tamsin, feeling this, is gonna try and launch herself and Lyle onto like the cryopods adjacent to them, kind of go with the motion instead of like falling over into it, and try to stay on those, because she doesn't want to leave these hundreds of people to their demise until she doesn't want to leave until she knows either there's no way to save them or that they're safe.
Okay. Okay. So essentially the floor is rising at an angle now, and you're wanting to just grab onto the cryopods, or...
So if we're the floor, right, we're here, and this is the wall, if this is going like this, she wants to, adjust to the new floor before it becomes the new floor, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. It's more like the if it continues at this rate full range, the ceiling will be the new floor, is how it's moving.
Well, either way, what the new floor will become. She's going to kind of start making her way downtown, moving fast.
Okay. Let's do. I'll let you choose. You can try to quickly scramble and keep pace with how this is lifting with nimbleness, or you can try to grab on to what's going to become, the new ceiling wall / whatever with might.
Yeah, we're gonna do nimbleness.
Okay.
She's an astrophysicist, and that's a 1.
Oh no.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
Uh-huh.
Let's see how bad of a nat 1 it is.
I think that's the first one I've had in a while. Probably since like last season, I think, actually. It's gonna only go well. This is why you don't get a hexagenarian in your crew.
So yeah, you try to scramble and time it right, but you don't time it right. And good news is it wasn't as bad of a nat 1 as it could have been. So instead of just falling, all the way down to the bottom, you kind of slide along the floor. But you're still at the back of the fridge, and it's quickly getting vertical. And it's not like a smooth, easy, slow lift. It's jerking up and down and quite difficult to keep your footing. And you end up in all of that sitting water that's been back there, and cut your leg on something and take 4 damage.
It's probably fine. Yeah, whatever. You know what? If I die of sepsis, that's probably not the worst thing.
It's because Tamsin didn't fall down there. She slid down there.
Okay. So again, is it clear, because she's barely even noticing that she got cut? Like, it hurts obviously, but she's trying to she's doing her best to not notice it. Does it seem like the cryopods are in immediate danger? I know we are, but does it seem like they are?
No, they're fine. Sorry, I'm laughing at Pat.
I see it, yeah.
Just give it a minute, Pat.
Yeah. Listen, Tamsin's being pretty dumb, so it's possible.
Yeah, the cryopods seem fine. Like,
okay,
this whole section feels like it's built like a rock. It's not gonna really go anywhere except as a whole piece of ship.
I guess what I'm saying is, does it feel like it's going to get submerged fully? Because if these people come out of cryo and their immediate first breath is water, kind of an issue.
Not yet. It seems to have stopped at an almost vertical position. So now it's more like a pole sticking out of the sandbar instead of just being laid on it. So not quite a 90-degree angle, straight up, but it's like maybe like an 80-degree.
Okay.
But
well, Tamsin will try to claw out of the stagnant water at the very least. Don't want to sit in that too long.
Yeah.
Pat,
so,
why you gotta? Why really? Why you gotta do this to me? you really gonna do me like that? I didn't pay for tickets to the zoo.
I do have 2 options for you though. One involves a physical fortitude roll.
Okay.
The other involves a gut feeling roll.
I think my gut feeling's a lot higher, if I'm honest.
Okay.
Oh. Listen, Lyle's got plot armor. He can live through anything.
Yeah. Lyle
There's just a big 0 that pops up.
And is just dangling from a cryopod right now. With Quacker sitting on his head.
Okay, gut feeling. 32.
32. Okay. Yeah, that cut is pretty bad, and I mean, not so bad that the cut itself is a danger, but the fact that you've been in stagnant water and cut, and you just notice that it's odd that it doesn't seem to hurt anymore.
I think her first reaction is to pull her knife out and start almost like shaving at her leg. You know, the motion of like blade really close to the skin. And she's, if she can't pull herself out of the water, she's definitely going to be like, get the fuck off of me.
So just to be clear, you're going to use a knife with a shaving motion at your leg in an unstable section of the ship during a hurricane.
I mean, that seems right. Yeah.
Okay. I need a
She's panicked. She's scared. She's hurt.
It's totally fair. Totally fair. Just making sure that you understand how bad of an idea this is.
I am fully keenly aware. Tamsin's not.
I'm gonna go with medicine for this one. It seems like the closest thing.
Be good. That's gonna be a great roll.
At a disadvantage.
All right. Well, it can only go up from here, kids. Well, I mean, apparently it can only go up from here. 28.
So disadvantage. So 25.
25. Same roll essentially.
But 25. Okay, you managed to not cut yourself up.
Okay.
But you do rip your clothing on your legs, and it doesn't really accomplish much, and you just get more covered in this gross water. And you can definitely feel as you're moving around, there's a lot more sharp things down here, and if you keep moving like this, you're probably going to cut yourself more.
I mean, this is probably fine. Okay, has the whole thing, is it still going?
It's not like tilting anymore. It's just like
it's just kind of shifting.
Yeah, you can tell the wind's blowing against it, but it feels like this is where it's going to stay now. Okay,
she's going to yell at Lyle. Lyle, get down here. We're going.
All right. Lyle carefully manages to like slide, and I'm guessing he's gonna like sort of sit down and slide with like the legs out, so he can just like slowly stop himself on the cryopods with his feet as he's sliding.
Ow! 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 Ow!
Still got quackers on top of his head, and manages to stop right before getting into that gross water. That is within an arm's reach of you.
Okay, so yeah, she'll hold out the hand with the stone and make sure she's grabbing him, and then she's gonna click her heels and think of home.
So I take it that means you push the button?
Yes.
There's a little light on the button that blinks twice and nothing happens.
This is not waiting for.
Tamsin didn't know, but I knew.
Yep.
So she's gonna mash it again. Like she's really gonna go for it. Like.
Yep. It blinks twice and nothing happens, and Lyle's like, that doesn't seem like that's what that's supposed to do.
Tamsin shoots him a look like if we weren't in this situation, she might genuinely consider something very violent. If he wasn't, one of the only people here. She's gonna haul herself out of the water, first off.
Okay.
Anticipated by the day's outcome. So she'll haul herself up out of the water, get a good look at her leg, assess the situation. And while she's doing that, she's gonna tell Lyle, we need to get out of here and either into the water or somewhere else.
Okay.
Phone, shush.
One second, I just need to check a thing.
Do you have a Tamsin board for how am I dying today? Is that what you're checking?
No, I'm just seeing how many hit points you currently have.
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, I could have told you that.
Okay. So yeah, this should be fine. It'll be fine.
Oh, Pat, you have no idea how tempting that is. Show up like hurt as hell on Wilfred's Island with just a knife.
Okay, so as you're looking at your leg, where
Mm-hmm.
the cut is, because you've cut up the pant leg essentially, you definitely see something there that you really didn't want to see there, that you're very familiar with from episode 1. It's one of the alien lampreys, and you take 12, 13, 14, 15 damage.
15. Woo.
And you're starting to feel kind of woozy,
Uh-huh.
and strangely, both of your legs are starting to feel completely numb.
Oh, good. Strangely, yeah, that's the word I would use. Is it just the one?
Just the one leg? Just the
Leech.
one leech? I mean, that's all you're looking at currently. Would you like to,
Okay, I guess the other question, am I out of the water?
Yes, you're out of the
Okay.
water.
Then yes, if I am out of the water and I see one, I am checking myself down for the rest of them while drowsily telling Lyle that he needs to get his scissors.
Okay. So Lyle gets his scissors, and is probably just going to ask you, like, look, do you want us to turn these pants into shorts, basically, so we can check everything?
Yeah, but I think she's already starting like carving out one leg, so she just gestures to the other, kind of like, like she's just pulling the fabric and slicing it off.
Okay. Then yeah, he'll help you do that, and you've got 4 of these suckers on you.
Oh, Tamsin, you just idiot sometimes. Okay.
The option was 1d6 leeches, and you got 4.
That's about right. Yeah. So, I mean, it's twice as many as last time. So I think, yeah, once we know quite the extent of it, if memory serves, snipping the tail was the option. Is that correct?
Yeah. Last
Okay.
time it was cutting it near the tail caused it to release the mandibles.
Right. Okay. So she's gonna drowsily tell Lyle, "You gotta cut the tail. It's like shrimp reverse." And she'll grab one and go to like saw it with the knife.
All right. Yeah. Between the two of you and a little bit of time, the storm seems to have died down a bit. Presumably, you're in the eye.
Okay.
And yeah, you get all 4 off. You don't take any more damage than that.
Mhm.
But yeah, both of your legs are completely numb.
Oh, good.
So
It's fine. It's probably fine.
just gonna say disadvantage on any kind of physical activity until that wears off.
Okay. So she's gonna look at her legs. She's gonna look at Lyle. She'll look up at the door to see the rain and wind has slowed down a bit. And then she'll just kind of look around the whole ship like, I don't think we're going anywhere. Well, I'm not going anywhere because it's... And she just lifts up her legs for emphasis, like lets them drop on the cryopod.
Yeah,
And she'll just keep
Stop.
pressing the button every like minute or two just to see if it's working. Shake it out a little bit.
It keeps blinking twice every time you push it, and then nothing happens. It's also not to not to say, but you know, it gets worse. But also, it gets worse.
Uh-huh.
It's been a lot of rain, and it's, you know, even though you're in the eye of the storm, like there's still some rain and things like that, and basically you're in a giant test tube.
Tub.
So that stagnant water at the bottom is starting to rise slowly.
Oh god. Okay, so how would Tamsin get herself out of this?
That's a good question.
Lyle, you carry
Yeah.
quackers a lot. You're pretty strong. Can you carry me up?
I mean,
Let me
you're
rephrase.
pretty light, but
Lyle, carry me up. I will help.
I'll certainly try. So, yeah, Lyle sets quackers on your head now. And
And then Tamsin's like, oh, hey, it's soft.
sort of does the, you know, when you're trying to help somebody walk and you put your arm like around their shoulder and
Yeah,
under one arm to lift them up. Kinda
like
does
grab him
that
by the
with-
waist. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of does that with his left arm, and is trying to pull the two of you up via cryopod with the right arm.
Oh, geez, Tamsin, I don't know.
It's not going great.
She'll use her other arm to assist. There'll be a
Okay.
2-armed 2-person duo.
I'm actually gonna throw one of my d6s in here for you.
But Raven, you don't want me to die of my own stupidity? How
Oh
sure?
no, I do. But this feels like what Lyle would do.
Okay, fair. It may not be the Yzma and Krog we wanted, but it's Yzma and Krog we got.
So I got a 6 on that, so that takes it up to 32.
Okay.
So surprisingly, between the two, actually, I need you to roll again
Yep.
because it's physical activity, so it's
Yep.
disadvantage.
I haven't rolled yet.
Oh, I thought the 28 was.
No,
yeah,
no,
go
no,
ahead and
I haven't rolled yet.
Go ahead and roll my.
Oh, well, why, of course, that one you'd pick. That one. Mhm.
Okay. So you're trying to hold on to these things, and you've just lost way too much blood, and so it's your head just like slides off, and every time you try to grab it, just flops right off. So Lyle is somehow just hulking out.
It's those
going,
hairdressing arms, you know?
Yeah, just climbing, but it's very one-sided. It's literally just sort of carrying you up this elevator shaft almost with one arm. And you make it about halfway up.
Okay.
And he's starting to get kind of tired.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, oh, why don't we take a break right here for a little bit?
Okay, and while he's saying that, Tamsin's looking down, and she's trying to do the math of how long it's going to take at the rate it was growing before and the rate it will grow with the rest of the storm, kind of time-wise. How long it'll take for that water to reach them?
It's going to be close at this rate, and
Mhm.
Lyle's getting tired.
Mm-hmm.
So, not looking great.
Not looking great. All right. Well, I mean, I'm sorry for whoever has to come out of these cryopods next, because wow, they are fucked. So let's see. What in the hell could she even do?
Give me an education roll, just
Yeah.
real quick,
Yeah, just real quick.
because Tamsin's thinking about that. This might cross her mind.
21.
21?
Unlikely.
What trainings do you have?
Well, let me tell you, they're all useless in a survival situation. Computers, astrophysics, cartographer's tools, astrobiology.
Astrobiology, actually, that might apply.
It's a +1.
+1. Oh no. You know what? It's close enough. I'll give it to you. The thought just very briefly flashes across your head, like maybe we could like poison the water in here to kill the alien lampreys with something that we have the ability to make that wouldn't also, like immediately harm people swimming in it.
There's only 2 of us. How are we going to pee enough to kill lampreys?
Oh my god.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. As soon as you said something we could make, I'm like,
No, that's totally fine.
Okay. Okay, Pat, I was thinking the exact same thing. Somebody poison the water hole! Oh my goodness.
Thank you so much for the $8 donation from Michael to help Tamsin, was the message. So that's an advantage to Tamsin. It's definitely.
Okay, good. Well, you're saying bleach, Raven. But what I'm hearing is cryofluid.
I mean, maybe you could make that?
Make it. I'm in a cryofluid facility.
I mean, if you want to make it so some of these pods don't function.
Well, it's a little difficult to make bleach when you're stuck against the cryopods with 2 bum legs and a
Oh, I'm not
hairdresser.
talking right this second. I'm just saying, like, some point in the future, if you survive this.
Oh, yes. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. No, that crossed my mind too, Pat. Don't worry. This is great. I have no regrets. Tamsin has several. Like picking Lyle to come with her was the first one. No offense to Leland, but
Poor Lyle.
not my first choice. Fuck me. So yeah, I think her in her drowsy state, and she knows that some of these people are screwed anyway. I think she'll pick a cryopod that they're next to, and she'll trace some of the cords and the cables and everything, and see if there's a way to if there's any fluids in there, battery acid, etc., to just kind of leak into the hole.
Yeah. Let's do a mechanical engineering.
Okay, I'm actually not terrible at that. 26.
26. Yeah. You find there is a power cord.
Okay.
That you could potentially cut if you are feeling particularly
Energetic.
desperate was the word I was going to go for. There is also the Freon type stuff.
I was just gonna say space Freon.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
There's a tube of that as well. But yeah, if you cut that, eventually this pod is going to stop freezing.
Right.
And Tamsin, I don't think, knows enough about how these things work to know if that means they'll just wake up,
Right.
or
they'll
just
die. Yeah. They'll turn into a gross mush popsicle. At this point, I don't think Tamsin's thinking super clearly. So she's basically dumping all that guilt on tomorrow, Tamsin. Because right now, today, Tamsin is in danger of dying, and tomorrow, Tamsin may not exist. So she's weighing those, and she's like, I'm going to keep this secret from myself. So yeah, I think she'll find a way to detach that as safely as possible, and then just kind of angle it towards the water, if that's reasonable.
There's not really like an access point that you can really
All
get
right.
to right here, so you're just gonna have to cut it.
Cool. So she'll look at Lyle, and she'll be like, stand back, and she's just gonna do one of those, like just a quick, and hope she's not in the way of it. She's gonna do it as close to the water as possible, so that it leaks that way.
Okay. We'll just call this a melee attack. You're essentially trying to attack this tube.
Yeah. Listen, I haven't done anything stupid since like season 1. I'm due. I'm well overdue.
And you notice how Tamsin's still alive.
Yeah. 22 for the attack.
22.
It's like one of the
That
lowest I could roll.
Yeah, that's actually not bad for
Yeah.
a melee attack. You hit it. It sprays around a bit. Probably gets on some of your clothes, but
Yeah, it's fine.
they
It'll
freeze.
cauterize the wounds.
But thankfully you don't get any on your skin.
Oh, good.
And it starts.
Even though I'm
pouring
wearing
into-
shorts.
Yeah, the splatters just hit like right above the cutoff. Starts pouring into the water, which starts freezing pretty rapidly.
Yeah.
But it's also salt water, so it's sort of a slushy,
Right.
a leech slushy right now. Yeah, which is slowly rising still.
Oh, good. That's probably fine. I
but-
won't feel it till it hits my waist anyway.
That's fair. But you do notice that you can see some of the leeches now because of this contrast, and
Right.
they're moving a lot slower. This
Oh, good.
Probably isn't great for them.
Sorry about your zoo. So Yeah, so I think she'll make ready to cut another one just in case, but she's gonna look at Lyle and say like, "This is stopgap at best. If the water gets us, we're gonna probably freeze or drown before we get out."
Yeah, you're pretty sure Lyle would never just, abandon you.
Mm-hmm.
But you could tell that thought's probably crossed his mind.
And the thought has
this
crossed
point.
Tamsin's mind too. Yeah. So what she would like to do is, I'm trying to think how this would work. I'd like to make, this sounds so fucking stupid. I'd like to make a makeshift grappling hook out of bits of cryopod.
Okay.
Because I can't really see a way of Tamsin pulling her ass up the cryopods herself. And if Lyle is tuckered out, then he needs to save all his strength for getting his own ass out.
Well, since you've taken a couple minutes to rest, Lyle's ready to go again. It's just going to be slower.
Yeah.
So if you want to try to make a grappling hook, you can certainly try. Do you have one crit left?
I do, but I don't want to. I don't want to use it in case we need it. Yeah, no. Okay, I'll wait. We'll wait till we're desperate. But I am going to try again for the climbing.
Okay.
That's a might still.
Yeah. Lyle's not doing quite as well this time.
That's okay. Terrible. He's tired. He has to carry my ass. I've got all this math in my head. It's really heavy. So with advantage, does that cancel the disadvantage out essentially?
Yeah, pretty much. Sure. That's how that would work. All
right. So here we go. +6. It's 21. That's not as bad as it could be.
Okay. Yeah, it's going slower.
Mm-hmm.
But you're able to help more with this project, so Lyle's not getting as tired.
Cool.
You're both getting cold feet at the moment, literally.
Yep.
The slush is sort of on your feet.
Good.
It's very, very cold.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really feel it so much, except the rest of you starts feeling a little chilly.
Right.
But yeah, eventually you make it up to the top. And the wind's still whipping and it's raining a lot. It's not great conditions. And the slush seems to get more and more watery.
Yep.
As the water to space Freon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets there. It's still very cold, but it's not like you're gonna freeze from contact or anything like that.
So Jay, how did your character die? Oh, frostbite.
On an ocean planet.
Just basic hypothermia.
Just basic. It's fine. On a tropical world. So we're at the opening, and the slush is basically upon us. I think Tamsin would haul her ass out of the thing. Worst case, we slide all the way to the ocean. What could go wrong?
Well, if it's at an 80-degree angle, you're just gonna fall, unless you're talking about climbing up on the roof of it and sliding down that way, which is still a pretty sharp angle.
Yep. It's not a great hill, but yes, she would try to climb out at the very least, because otherwise they're going to get submerged in the world's shittiest ice pool.
Sure. Tell you what. Yeah, you can. There's the doors, so it's not just like one giant opening. So you can basically sit on what was the walls,
right,
next to the door.
That's essentially it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
a weird water fixture now.
Yeah, it's not pleasant. You're high up. You're getting whipped around by the wind and rain and everything. I do need a physical fortitude roll. For
hey guys,
literally weathering the elements.
Do you want to guess how much I have in my physical fortitude?
2?
It's nothing.
Oh no. A 3.
Raven, does this seem like a reasonable time to use a crit?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Because I'm getting that feeling, just not even
Yeah.
seeing your face, but I'm getting that feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't die.
No, but I would be
But-
well on the way. Let's put it that way. That was the real plan. Tamsin went off to die, so Susie felt bad about it.
So, you're starting to feel
Mm-hmm.
your consciousness just slipping away, and you're freezing, and your lips are turning blue.
Yeah.
And then all of a
She's
sudden,
mashing that button as hard as she can, by the way.
oh yeah, it's still blinking twice every single time.
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden, you remember this random thing you grabbed before getting into the escape pod that you've had in your back pocket this whole time and didn't even realize it. And it's like one of those hand warmer things. You just like bend the little thing and it starts heating up.
Comes in every single jumpsuit.
Yeah, magically you remember you still have one of those, and you're able to activate that, and it keeps you from freezing to death.
Many thanks, Raven. Oh my god.
So yeah, instead of freezing into unconsciousness, you find
I'll be
that
thrown
is a
off of
crit.
it.
No, you're not holding onto a grass mat for dear life, so it doesn't pick you up and try to launch you.
I
into
just love the
space.
idea of Susie as Aladdin. Just riding along with Crackers as a boo. So this went way farther off the rails. I'm sorry for the rest of the cast that has to watch me flounder around. Fucking bob at water.
It did don't go a different direction than I was expecting. But yeah.
Well, I
It's
don't know
great.
what else you were expecting, Raven, because have you met me?
Fair.
So yeah, I think she's basically just clinging on for dear life, hugging the hand warmer and trying to share it with Lyle as much as she can.
Okay. Yeah. Between that and Quackers,
Yeah.
Quackers just inexplicably starts warming up because Bosco brand. And yeah, is you gonna sit out the storm there then?
Well, I was thinking I might go for a dip, honestly. yeah, we're gonna sit on the top of this friggin' tower in the middle of nowhere.
That'd be
This slush fountain.
Yeah, there's a couple of frozen lampreys that just sort of plop out into the ocean and
Excellent.
float.
I mean, someone's getting a meal. Listen, we're doing a service.
And that's when the macrogar come and circle around.
Yeah,
I'm
that's gonna be
kidding.
perfect. And then whatever vultures live on this planet. I'm sure there's aerial vultures.
A
Turns out
pterodactyl
those-
out of nowhere.
Turns out those pretty little ray things. Yeah, they're carnivores. So
No, you're relatively okay.
on a scale of like 1 to 10, you're not dead. Okay, so yeah, she's just gonna try and weather the storm as best she can, and provided the tablet hasn't broken from everything that's gone on, she'll probably just send a quick message of, turns out the recall buttons don't work as advertised. She's delirious as fuck.
As you try to send that, you notice that you have a couple of missed messages and they're like garbled.
No.
There's not a whole lot of text there. You're able to basically send back a message. Maybe it was like what or something like that.
Mhm.
It sends out so they at least know that you responded, and then anytime you try to send anything after that, it says out of range.
Oh, good. Well, that explains it. I wondered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But good news is, yes, as Pat mentioned, you finally have time to read all of Susie's messages. And we're going to fast forward a bit to get everybody back
Perfect.
together.
Perfect.
So, after a miserable night up on top of this thing, the next day it's bright and sunny and everything's relatively calm, and you're able to warm up. And I'd say probably get like a quarter of your max hit points back.
I didn't expect to get any because, like, we literally just slept on the top of a broke ass ship.
Yeah,
Oh.
like you still got some sleep though, so
Mhm.
you heal up a little bit. The numbness goes away.
That's not great. One thing I will say, and it's okay if you want to kibosh this, I think she probably kept some of those lampreys, like stuffed her, once they killed them, because she wants to keep the numbing agent.
Sure. You could probably grab a couple and chuck them in a bag, so it's like 2 frozen lampreys.
Basically just enough that she could like cut it open, pour some on the wound, so that they're not, killing her while they're doing it. Just a little topical anesthetic.
Okay.
I'm sure it won't come back to bite me.
It's dead, so
yeah,
that one won't for sure. All right, so next day, you're awake. Everything seems calm and fine now. Do you want to try to return again?
Yeah, I think she'd probably send a message first to see if she's still out of range, because she suspects that's the issue.
Yeah, it's still out of range on the tablet.
Yeah, so she'd hold Lyle's hand and click the button.
This time it works, and you end up back in the cave with, I think, a bunch of food just piled up in
nice.
there. And like some grass where Susie had been weaving things.
Is there anyone in the cave?
Nope.
There's something scribbled on the wall. I forgot what did we write.
Oh, that's right. You did like scribble a note. That's right. I think it was something along the lines of like, we're at the houses, basically.
Something.
It was something.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that was it. Yeah, because TC was very adamant that we leave a fucking note.
Thank you, TC. And I see that Alex has mentioned with a handprint. Was it in blood? Is like, what's it written in?
No.
Because I think Tamsin would immediately have concerns about a handprint.
Oh, right. Smells like fish and ash. Yeah, that's right. Susie used this homemade grease pen made with fish grease.
Oh, right. Okay. I think, stupid as this sounds, I think Tamsin's first reaction is to yell out, "Why is no one on cave duty?"
Lyle just looks at you. It's like, well, that's a good point. That's probably important. There's food here. I'm just gonna eat this. Quackers now watch the transporter.
She grabs him by the arm, and she like grabs him face first. She looks haggard as shit, and she goes, we gotta go talk to everyone. I'm tired. I want a bed or the bridge, and then also food.
Or the bridge.
So she'll
gonna set a hammock on that bridge at some point.
Yeah. So she'll. Why is no one on cave duty? So she'll get the teleport button to go back to the houses. She's gonna take some of the food with her because she's starving.
Okay.
And she'll teleport back to the village with Lyle.
Okay. You don't notice anyone like in the village area, but you do see like some smoke coming from like a chimney type thing.
Okay.
In one of the houses. Excuse me, on the other side of the bridges.
Okay. So she'll yell out, "We're home!" She's still a little like just a little loopy, just a little like not great.
And at this point, I think it's just TC and Owen that are up there because Allison and Susie had gone to go check out that other building.
Okay.
They're not too far out though, so Allison, you might even hear Tamsin yelling. But TC and Owen, you can also hear Tamsin yelling.
Can't believe how stupid that was. It was great.
Well, and TC will start walking over that direction.
Yeah, I will apologize to Susie and because I just want to check on Tamsin.
Hmm.
I will, before I get too far away, look back to Owen though and go, day after tomorrow.
Yes. Yep. I'm coming with.
No, don't trust it. Mm-mm.
Don't trust,
Mm-mm.
don't trust what?
Don't like that. No, no, sir.
All right.
Wilfred Mark
so-
II. I see how it is. Go ahead.
That's a good point, Alex. Let me know in chat since you're watching it if you want Susie to continue off on her own or to return with the group.
Yep.
Think carefully, Alex.
There's a right and a wrong answer to this question from both
Mhm.
Susie and Allison.
All right. So skulking but going back. Okay.
A
good.
powerful scold.
All right, so everybody's together again. I'm sure they probably, just in case players don't remember, there was food prepared for Tamsin and Lyle that's still in the house.
We left it on our hot plate.
Oh,
It was intentional. We thought this through.
appreciate that. She does not deserve it after that bullshit.
Everybody deserves at least one bite of warm food.
Grandma went off
Oh,
on
we
a bender.
tossed her. Yeah, basically. She came back. They got shotgun married. Quackers was the officiator. You know, crazy things happen.
So yeah,
Oh,
what
that's
do we
great.
see when we see Tamsin?
Tamsin is not standing up. She is sat with both her legs kind of splayed out, and she's like gently, kind of gingerly poking around the wound, or wounds, I should say, from all the leeches. And she's got a sheepish look, but a very prideful sheepish look. You know, imagine like if your grandmother decided one day she was going to go out and ride a motorbike and then came back to the house clutching her arm like, yeah, I hurt myself, but I did it on my terms. It's that kind of look. It's like defiantly sheepish.
All right. I will say, you notice that the wounds do not seem infected or anything like that. They
Well,
seem
I mean,
clean.
give it a couple days. She's not going to hold her breath, but she is keeping that in the back of her head, like, well, Susie survived a fucking fall out of a tree and impalement, so.
Mm. It doesn't help Alison. The wounds doesn't seem infected. She's just when she sees wounds, she's already. Oh my God! What happened to you?
It's fine, Allison. I'm fine. Lyle's okay. Lyle, I think, took a couple of cuts as well. It's fine. I'm okay. They're not bleeding, at least. Oh, good. Thanks for that, Alex. That's going to be a shocker.
Yeah, I was gonna say eventually you'll notice that Susie's arm isn't broken anymore.
Okay, well, we'll sit on that for a minute.
Strong enough to get dragged off a cliff by.
Yep.
So she's kind of like, she's trying to, you know, console Allison of like, it's not as bad as it looks. Like, we, you know, did as much as we could with it. And while she's doing that, she's looking at everyone else like, what, is everything okay with the island?
Alison
I
just
mean-
launches into like a machine gun. Oh my God! It was so scary. We almost got carried away by the wind. I can talk this fast as Alison does. So.
Right, but yeah, just like
Imagine how it
rapid
works.
firing it. Okay. And Tamsin's almost happy that Allison is talking because then she doesn't have to talk. She doesn't have to say anything about what happened. It's like, if I can just get through 2 days, I don't even have to tell them what happened. It's fine. Keep the secrets, Tamsin. Keep them secret. So yeah, she's
safe.
she's nodding. She's just like, oh, okay. Well, are you okay? She's putting on grandma face.
Yeah, we're all okay, but this doesn't look so good. And she redirects the attention to Tamsin's legs.
So, Lyle was there. He saw a lot of it. Lyle, you can tell him about what happened, right?
Cheap shot.
So Lyle goes into.
I think is it Lyle down at the teleporter guarding the teleporter?
No, she dragged him.
Tamsin made him come up. So Lyle begins an expositional onslaught of the epic journey of the catastrophe that they went through and how he heroically saved Tamsin from certain death. And Quackers did stuff too.
And Tamsin just lets him go. She just lets him fucking embellish because she is embarrassed more than anything.
So that's one time where Lyle not being there contributed to major party injury. One time where Lyle being there contributed to major party injury.
I mean, contributed is a strong word, really, but it was good that I had him along. And she'll kind of do a playful look at Susie, not like oh, I told you so, but like a I'm glad I took someone with me kind of look.
Yeah, Tamsin would be dead. Lyle also does mention the cutting the cryopod Freon line to kill the lampreys and everything.
I think it takes a minute for Tamsin to realize that was her broken arm. Like I think it genuinely, she just like, oh yeah. And she'll look at Allison like, what the when did that heal?
Allison follows Tamsin's finger. And she realizes.
Yeah, it just heals like a broken arm does. She's just gonna let that slide for now. She'll nod along.
I hate to interrupt this story because I feel like there's some real valuable information for us to glean from it. But you appear to be bleeding. Do you need a hand?
What? I mean, I'm okay for now. We can finish the story at least. They're not bleeding any more than like a cut. But it's more imperative than ever that we don't die now. I know that seems like a stretch, but the water is fully in the fridge, like pouring out the top fully.
Oh, that'll be fun for new people.
So I don't know what to do about that, but I mean, I know at least one of them is probably dead by now, unfortunately. And she doesn't look at anyone when she says that. She just looks off into the middle distance, kind of realizing that is in fact what had happened. I cut the freezing line, and I don't know how long they'll last, but underwater it's probably not a long.
Allison is busy putting Susie's hand back on the sling. Well, despite you feeling like you can move it, it should still be immobilized. Bones heal very fast, but if you start using them too soon, they won't set right.
Tamsin, how underwater and leech infested is the damaged cryopod? Was it like towards the top?
Raven, it was like halfway, right?
It was about halfway, yeah.
Yeah. So she kind of does mental math, like, well, the fridge was, this long, and she'll say whatever number kind of comes to mind about it. And it was about halfway, so at least half of that. And I got lucky and only got 4 leeches on me when I fell into the water. but a lot more poured out once it started filling.
It's not great odds on maybe getting that person out of there before they maybe die.
Not fantastic, especially with the freezing line cut. I don't know if that would feed back in and flood the pod.
No, they're already gone. But hey, maybe that was mercy.
Could I?
This
could I
is
get a gut feeling roll from everybody.
Oh
On
god.
Can somebody do it on my character sheet?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
8 for me. If it turns out that Tamsin knows something that the other people know, they're not going to know. Just putting that out there right now.
We never do.
CC feels nothing.
Oh well, that makes sense.
So Allison, Tamsin, and that's it. Allison and Tamsin, you get a feeling that maybe they're not dead. Actually, they might actually be alive.
They're dead.
Because it
Well,
wasn't the
if the-
oxygen line that you cut; it was just the coolant line.
They're dead.
Well, I don't
Shame.
know.
What a tragedy we lost today. Let's never think that again.
I mean,
Tamsin's having a real hard time thinking about what to say on this.
we shouldn't just assume like nobody's there. As they said it on my emergency on my trauma classes. Nobody's dead until they are dead and rotten.
There's a few other issues. Even if they aren't dead, they're under half a ship's worth of water. We can't teleport back there reliably because the whole thing's kind of.
I mean,
And how
we could get there reliably. It's just
are we
whether
gonna-
it would. Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost.
I'm gonna use a GM trope here and use Lyle to make some suggestions. Lyle suddenly has a brilliant idea. He's like, "Well, couldn't we? I mean, we've got air tanks that we could, we could take and share, and it's not that deep, and like we know how to the spot we could teleport to."
Right, but so a
yeah.
couple of issues with that is the lampreys may still be there. And also, if we get that person out of the cryopod, we'd have to get them on air almost immediately, and we all know how that feels coming out of cryo.
I mean, we'd have to swim them up. But that's... Oh, no, we wouldn't. We could press our home buttons and just zap them back here with us.
There was some kind of issue with mine when I was in the fridge, in that deep, especially in the water. It didn't work until the next day. I don't know if that was the storm or if that was the water, but I wouldn't want to risk it.
We thought it might be the storm, and like essentially like I forget who came up with it, but like the idea that we're almost like data that gets sent, and so like the mobile signal wasn't great.
Right, like
That's
it's a
my
safety
theory.
mechanism.
All I know is they simply didn't work during the storm.
Which makes sense.
I wouldn't want to risk it. Being in the bottom of that ship when it's filling with water and your only safety net is gone.
I think Tamsin's right. I am a little confused as to the impact that this has on our plans and what we were trying to do in the immediate future. This doesn't really change anything.
But
Letting the sleeping people stay sleeping is one thing. Letting one of them knowingly die is another.
I mean, I just woke from a cryopod like this, like what, 2 days ago? That could be
Underwater.
2 days ago. that we can't just do nothing.
What if we just cut a hole? Just cut a big hole in the side of the ship and let it drain out.
These leeches.
We get out of the way.
Sticking to the bottom?
They might, but they'd be easier to deal with at least. And we cut a hole from the bottom, so.
No, I mean,
What I mean,
if the ship is filled with water, they would still stick to the bottom, right?
Mm-hmm. Probably. I mean, we don't
So
know much about them.
They might not be in the. Then they might not even want to be in the.
Oh, it was muted.
Where
That's
the
why.
cryopods are. I don't know.
So Susie probably would recommend the water pump, because I saw Alex say that in chat.
Mhm.
I think Susie would probably have mentioned that that's an option.
Right.
do we have one?
Well, we
There's
can make
currently-
one, but
There's
we'd have to
currently one
power it.
pumping salt water to the
are they self-powered?
the air pumps. I think are
Oh, yeah, right, because we use an air pump to. Right.
I mean, even if we could, maybe I'm being cocky, but I feel like we could wrap something up to at least distract the leeches long enough for us to get the door open and teleport back.
It's doable.
Like,
I
just
would
shove a lot of meat in a bag and toss that to the other side of the boat.
I would like to do it, if only because I can't have that on my conscience. Not without trying. And as well, even if that one person is dead, there's hundreds of other people left in there. And again, if one of us dies and someone else wakes up,
To be honest, part of me wants to leave most of it flooded and just get the one person who's in imminent danger out, because I imagine it's hard do we think it's harder for Wilford to go and get more people with it underwater? This would at least maybe cut off his recruiting efforts a little bit.
but what if one of the people wakes up in the section that's still underwater?
I mean,
Everybody
not
deserves a chance.
to be. They get the chance if they can swim up, which is going to be a pretty necessary skill anyway.
No. No, I can't willingly put that on someone.
If it's what we need to do, then it's what we need to do. I
you
will pose a question as to how many of us this is worth. But when we go, I'll be there with y'all.
What do you mean, Worf? It's about saving somebody's life.
I think you're 100% correct. But if two of us drown in the process of saving this one person,
Wait,
A risk.
how deep? I mean, wait,
don't know.
actually,
There's-
If I might, Allison, anytime we go anywhere on this planet, there's always at least some small probability of, I don't fucking know, some fuck off Godzilla-sized monster just showing up and killing us. So everything on this planet's got some inherent risk.
Yeah.
I think we kind of agree that we want to save this person, but I agree that it's
There's a
probably
lot
not a
of
good idea
risk.
for all of us to go.
I am just, if our fears turn out to be founded and accurate, and that when those doors open under the water, whoever opens up isn't going to be able to get out, we might start a cascade.
Yeah.
And I would hate for the attempt to save one to cost everyone everything.
No. Yeah, sorry.
Like I said, it sounds like this is something that everyone else's mind is made up on, and I'm not going to be the odd man out. But there's just we need to go into it knowing what could happen to us and what could happen to the people that come after us.
There should
Just
definitely,
something to think about.
there should definitely be a, if we don't come back, don't just keep sending people clause
Yeah.
to this trip. Or to probably most of our trips on
Most
this planet.
things, I think. Yeah.
See, I'm not worried about us sending people back. I'm worried about someone passing in the water, and then the next door opening up in the water, and that person has no way to get out, and then
Let alone the rot that would
opens
cause.
another
And
Ooh.
I just want us to not go into this not expecting any risk. This seems simple, and this is going to be. I'm afraid that
nothing about it seems simple, TC. This is.
God. So if one of us dies before we fix that place, then it's just an endless domino cascade of people drowning until
Exactly.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
afraid of.
That's why I can't let this just sit. One of us falls off of a cliff and dies. Now hundreds more have died because of it.
What are you talking about?
When
I don't know that Allison knows about that part yet.
No. So Allison, we're pretty sure on this, and TC, we might have told you this before. If we haven't, well, when one of us dies, it seems like the cryopods know that somehow, or something on this planet knows that somehow, and another cryopod opens to replace them.
Another look of shock on Alison's face, but that's how would they know that they are not programmed for that?
No, but when we first got here, we did see some alien text scroll across some of the screens, and we heard some voices coming through the radio. We don't know, but reliably every single time someone has died, one of those cryopods has opened up.
So you mean those aliens, they hacked cryopods or something like that, and they wake people?
Either them or some program, but that's the running theory.
which not sure how much detail we got into with the aliens. I know there's still a whole lot of conversations to be had, but part of the reason that they need us is because they need some sort of non-robot person to essentially turn some switch off to leave.
Yeah.
So they've got a vested interest in not all of us dying off immediately.
Yeah.
Or
I
at
think
least-
that there's a lot of stuff you haven't time to tell me yet, and frankly, it's not time for me to ask questions. We need to get this person out of the pod.
Yeah. I don't think I can go though. With my legs the way they are, I would be at risk.
And you aren't going either. I look at Susie like stern nurse look in the eyes. You are confined to the bed rest. Look, of course, but that's just about her hand.
Yeah.
All right then, Owen. Do you think you can get everybody some food wrapped up? Sounds like we're gonna need our energy on this one. If you're doing that, Tamsin, I can see about doing a little bit of dressing on your leg.
Yeah, if you two don't mind. I think the sub still had charge when we left it. Did it make it through the storm? I didn't have time to check. We tried to beach it, but
Yeah, it was still there.
okay.
It's a little worse for the wear, but Owen and I found it and secured it.
Aren't we teleporting there?
Yeah, but it's just good to know that we have it in case somebody else needs to go out there.
Actually, there's so much stuff we need to remember about. It's hard to catch up with everything. Like,
Sorry.
like you are our astrophysicist.
Yep.
You're the only only one who can tell how far this island is from the crash site.
Well, I mean, not the only one, but I've done the math.
We should be about the distance that I would have figured out last time from the strength in the communicators, right, Raven?
Yeah, the tablet range is about 30 miles.
Yeah.
and you're past
I mean,
that.
we know the range on the because of that transmission failure, but exactly which direction? I mean, if teleporter stopped working, like with the sub, if we wanted to reach it with the sub or something.
Right. How to get back with that. The other issue is the island probably moved in the storm. So we can't
the island
reliably
definitely
say
moved a lot.
we can't reliably say where it is in relation to here.
Mm-hmm.
Not without going out there and trying to find it on sub.
Yeah.
But we made it back, and that was only maybe an hour ago. So
Actually, can the cryopods even electronics work in the water? I look shocked again.
I think they should be able to. I mean, I think they're usually rated for explosive decompression, so they should be okay underwater for a bit. But we can't know.
Will the person
Allison-
even wake up safely?
You probably know this, and TC might as well. Those things are built to like survive anything. Like if the cryopod has been that damaged or destroyed, all life around it is gone.
They're like an escape pod almost. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Don't interrupt my panicking.
But I think Allison probably would have heard tons of propaganda about that. Just as a heads up. I mean, Allison might not be remembering any of it right now, but just throw it out
I
there.
mean, if they're meant to be hermetically sealed, they should last in the water.
I know person is safe, but I mean the waking the stuff that controls it, I mean, will be able to wake a person underwater even.
I guess we'll know if we go in there and all the pods are open or otherwise. But
Wait.
we can't say for sure.
You have to go with us. How will we know which spot was that?
Well, it was halfway down. You'll see a cable floating around. I mean, if you're diving or if you're draining the water out, it'll be pretty easy to see.
There's hundreds of them, right?
Yeah, but with enough eyes, and if you're rappelling
And they
down
are
or whatever,
underwater. It's
you've got to drain the water out. We can't. That's got to be priority number one, because even if that person's dead, all the rest of them may as well be with that water.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for that subscription there, IC Historian. That'll give you 2d6 or an advantage to a player. And you can give the d6 to me or the cast or both. You can split them up. Just let us know in chat how you'd like to do that. Also, hi.
Oh, jeez, that's. I know.
Hey. I hate to step in, but
You have to go, right?
there's that, but there's also I think we're underestimating how long this is going to take. If we're setting up one pump, and this is the fridge is what I think the fridge is. This is going to be several hours in the best case scenario.
And that's not counting having to lower it down with the water and making sure that
And the
pipes
fact
still.
that, you know what? Before we go, we should really put some kind of film over the top to make sure we don't get any of those leeches.
That's also a good idea. Yeah.
I can imagine that'd probably play hell on a motor.
Yeah, and while you're out there, just keep looking at each other. Tuck your pants into your boots. Keep your eyes open because you won't know until you're looking at it. This is the second time I've had to deal with these things, and I never notice until I can't feel something, and that's already too late.
I guess that counts TC out. He just doesn't have any clothes.
Yeah. I can probably overclock that pump though.
Well, once the water's out, you should be okay. I mean, I don't think they can survive out of water very long.
I mean,
I mean, I could probably make that pump run real fast.
we have to teleport on top of it, right? So we can assess the situations once we're there. Where are the
Yeah.
leeches? Where's the water? Where's the cryopod and stuff like that? I mean, where's the water? Where's the
There's really no other way in either. Yeah.
how deep it is? I mean,
Lyle's going to
is-
chime in again, or Susie,
Mhm.
either one. One of them comes up with an idea and just throws the suggestion out there that you have rope and you have tablets with cameras. You could lower that in there to assess the situation and then see what's going on.
That was that's what I was thinking.
oh, rope.
Okay.
I was
that will
literally
come
going to
in
suggest
handy.
rope. Yeah.
That will come in
Sorry.
handy. I mean,
You-
not for lowering camera. I mean, we can like tie this person and
Yeah.
drag them out of the waters quicker.
Exactly, and it can help you repel everything because let
No.
me tell you, Lyle can attest. Climbing out of that thing vertically is a nightmare.
I do have one small thought that might make this a whole lot easier. So all those cryo chambers, those are the standard TI-84 model, right?
Tamsin just does like a
Owen starts cracking up because he's pretty sure he knows what TC's about to propose.
Now, I hate to sound brash and reckless, but those things can stand up to anything fairly short of an L-class destroyer's small arms. We're talking anti-personnel. There's really nothing to these things. Maybe a few scorch marks, but that's it. I could just rig up a depth charge real easy and drop it down there. It shouldn't be enough to damage the hull or anything, and it'd probably make the danger of any nibbling bits a lot lower.
TC. Have you ever heard of a phenomenon called a water hammer?
Yes.
Is that a concern at all in a pressurized chamber?
Given the strength of the glass, not particularly.
So
Well-
if the water is inside the wreck, can you just blow a hole in the wall?
That seems much safer, honestly.
I
Because
mean, I
also,
can do that too.
if you're
It-
blowing a bomb in the middle or the lower, wherever, all that water has to go somewhere, and that might cause
Oh.
the whole thing to tip.
Have we considered just tipping it intentionally?
We'd have to see how big the coral reef is, because we don't know where it would land. If the whole thing goes tits up and down 200 feet, then it's macrogar food.
I mean, I hate to sound like somebody who's only got a hammer, but I could just knock a real small hole in the side, just maybe a meter by a meter.
Exactly, it's enough
And,
to dry it.
Yeah, that would be a
That's
much faster
yeah.
option.
That seems fine to me.
Actually, I bet it would drain on its own in like day or two. We just don't have this time now
Yeah.
to spare because of this person.
Yeah.
Well, hell, you convinced me. I need aluminum and some. Anybody here got some of the stuff we need to make? Fuck, I left my recipe for hydrochloric acid at home. I think I can work something up.
I think Tamsin would nod along, kind of seeing where you're going a little bit. Like, she's not a chemist, but she can understand kind of what you mean. And she would give you a hand with it.
Cool. Yeah, I can't look at all of our inventory and stuff, but I assume we have a supply of silver, don't we?
Yes, I believe we had 2.
I'm pretty sure that silver. Is it silver?
Oh, maybe we don't actually. I think that's the only thing we didn't have.
Oh man.
Yeah.
What are you wanting to build?
I'm trying to think of the alkali metals that explode when they touch water.
Oh, sodium.
Like potassium, sodium.
Yeah, lithium.
Oh.
Yeah.
Lithium.
Lithium, man. We got a lot of
game.
sodium.
I don't know that you have any lithium though, unfortunately.
Yeah. No, we don't have any lithium.
Got a lot of sodium.
There is also, this is something Tamsin would probably bring up. You could make a copper lance.
No. Yeah, that's a fair point. You gotta.
Right, and she'll kind of look around at the rest of the crew, like, oh, like, it's like a anti-personnel explosive. It kind of pinpoints all the force onto one area, rather than doing a disperse. It's like a directed charge.
Now, I hate to sound bitter, but y'all remember when I asked everybody to shit in that hole, and nobody shot in that hole except for me. So some of the components and shit make a real nice ingredient in what is classically referred to as thermite. I guess I'll make do with what we have.
Could we not gather that from animals or something?
Well, actually, I'm not sure. To be honest with you, I don't know what they shit.
Is there a chance the Yetis shit in a big hole and we could just go steal
Well,
theirs?
I don't know what they. I don't know if their body processes shit the same way. I don't necessarily know that it would have the same chemicals in it.
We'll work on it. And Tamsin's gonna motion to Allison to give her a hand up. Like, for right now,
I give her a hand up.
I would love to have something to eat while we talk about this.
Fair. Owen, do you have that?
Yes.
that is a something, Sparrow.
I'm gonna grab some. I'm gonna grab some bandages. I'll meet you on the bridge. Okay.
Okay.
Kind of looking at Tamsin.
Tamsin's like, yeah, I'll once I have something to eat, yeah.
I mean, I can do that, TC.
No,
You can prepare this bomb, I guess. In the meantime.
I can't really prepare until I've seen the situation. To go into it with something pre-planned would be a little bit reckless. But if you're gonna bandage Tamsin up, then I wouldn't mind watching. You know, I'm a little bit rusty. I wouldn't mind a little bit of a refresher course. And I'm not familiar with these kind of bites. It feels like something I should learn. Do you mind if I just observe them?
Sure.
I appreciate it.
I mean, if Tamsin's okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's totally fine. We can discuss more of this bombs and feces thing.
That might actually be a good spot to take a break because we're over.
I was just
time
gonna
to
say.
take that. Let everybody stretch your legs and everything. And I'm loving all of this. Hey, here's a really simple solution to the problem, but we could make explosives out of poop. We should do that.
You know,
Well-
you give a man a hammer and suddenly everything's a nail.
To
I
be
love
fair,
it.
Zen said that he's not able to hold to stop himself.
Yeah, well, neither am I,
Oh, no.
honestly.
It's great. I love it. But we're going to take a break, though. Let everybody stretch your legs, grab some snacks or drinks or whatever. But yeah, make sure you're right back here in 15 minutes, because then we'll be back for this. I was going to say rescue operation, but I'm not sure if it's that or something else at this point.
Rescues
We'll
can involve
find out.
explosives.
All the best rescues do. I would argue that, in fact.
Regardless, we'll be back in 15 minutes. Be right back. Okay, and we're back with what's apparently going to be a crappy explosive situation. So the plans continue to make this. What type of explosive did you? Sorry, I just barely saw pumping was never an option in chat.
Oh.
Oh, that hit funny. Anyways, what type of explosive are you trying to do to blow up a hole in the side of this thing?
Yeah, well, so I did a little bit of soul searching and TC remembered some of his real basic like chemistry classes, and then Zan realized that it takes 10 months to get saltpeter from human excrement. So that's not really going to be a viable solution, I think. But thermite's a pretty simple recipe. I'm not going to get super in detail of the recipe on the channel for security's sake, obviously. But
I appreciate that.
You know, aluminum and rust, basically, is thermite. So we'll definitely start looking around for that stuff.
Okay. Currently you don't have any aluminum. And I don't think you have anything rusty because the alien structures are made out of things that don't rust.
Yeah. And all these damn Bosco brand knives, they're all stainless steel.
That's great, Ignore. It's for science.
I think
It's
like
okay,
all bombs are for science.
No, Jay.
So somebody else talk. I'm gonna look through our list of materials and see if I can't find anything that would go boom.
Well, again, technically, we don't even need boom. This is Tamsin talking.
Okay.
No, pump is out of the question. But what we could do is we could make like either make a welder or make something that's similar to a welder and just use it to physically cut through the ship instead of blowing a hole. It might just take less time.
If we use the machine to make enough clones to get a bucket chain going.
Across the ocean. The idea of making a bucket chain across the ocean to here.
I guess I was thinking more like that old Barrel of Monkeys game, with like handing the bucket up vertically up the shaft.
Oh boy.
Uh-huh.
Not even counting the fact that we both know the clones thing doesn't work. Or if it does, they're drowning somewhere.
They've got their own problems.
I just thought of another solution to your problems that
I mean,
doesn't
yes,
involve all of the shenanigans.
The solution is easy. There's a gas pod and there's caustic shrooms and some titanium. Yeah, we just do us a little mixy of those things, and we've got like a puncturing device.
Meanwhile, this
boy.
NPC's just like pounding her fist on the glass of the cryopod.
See, this is why we have to hurry, Raven.
So the pumping the water.
This was going to be done in one season.
The pumping the water doesn't have to be fast, but the getting them out does.
Yes.
Yeah, but if we make the hole, then the pumping of water will also be fast.
Exactly. Like, we're being efficient.
Okay.
Oh no, I was just trying to.
So
I was just trying to figure out ways to do it fast with things that we already had. And
So all we actually need for a welder is sulfur.
Oh.
Because we do know the recipe.
Oh my god, I just thought of another one.
Raven's over here like, you
Look.
can do that, do this.
That's
Limitless
all.
possibilities.
I was just like,
I mean,
yeah,
technically,
that would be perfect.
we
Nope.
I have to agree with Owen that we can free this person and then blow the hole anyway, because that's two independent things. Saving this person and cleaning out removing the water.
So have we tested how big of things we can teleport yet? Like, what if we just jumped onto the pod, pressed the button, and brought that back with us?
Well, but the pod's attached.
It's a lot of delicate machinery.
Yeah.
And what if we just? I mean, the getting to specific places is just thinking about them hard enough. What if we just thought really hard about bringing the pod back with us?
I'm immensely worried that the transportation process might disrupt some of those delicate processes keeping that heart beating.
Among other issues, there was an old horror movie that had something like that, and I don't really want to see
Oh,
it.
you mean that old classic Jaunt, or one of the other ones?
It had something to do with like an insect. I can't remember the name.
Oh, I'm thinking of a kid that kept his eyes open during a teleporter.
Oh, I know that one.
Yeah, it's classic. Piece of great Neo-Americana literature back before the Revolution.
Which
Not even gonna. Nope.
I don't think we had one of those in our approved library.
Another proposal, since
Mhm.
people don't trust the teleporter. What if I just stunned the leeches? He pulls out the stun rifle.
Do you think
I
it'll
mean,
work
we-
underwater?
I mean, we've
Ele-
got four. They just didn't Susie and Boris make them specifically to work underwater?
I
Didn't they shoot a Kraken Viper with it?
we are getting entirely off point. We have the materials for a welder. Let's just make a welder now.
We don't quite have the materials. We still need some sulfur.
Oh, I thought that was
No.
the only
I-
thing we needed.
But we
Yeah,
we got four of these rifles.
I mean, look, teleporting is almost instantaneous. We can save this person and still think about.
If they work, it's a huge if. If they don't work, then now there's 2 people or 3 people stuck on top of that thing.
Why shouldn't they work?
That's exactly what I thought last night when I was stuck in the middle of it, drowning.
Oh,
But I mean, like, sample size. Like, we've been fucking around with these for like days before, and they always worked.
Right, and
I feel like this
something
is-
always works until it doesn't.
I feel like this is
But-
that like fallacy where it's like, oh, the ball just landed on red. It can't land on red again, or it's more
Confirmation
likely
bias.
that- Sure.
It's really strong when your life is in danger. Yeah, I will fully admit that I'm biased on that.
Well, I mean, on that, it's if we're worried about stuff, can't we also just be worried that like, if the teleporter on this island can stop working, then like maybe the shit that keeps the island like floating and with fresh water could just stop whenever it wants to?
Sure, it could. But that's not going to
Oh,
leave us
cool.
drowning in the middle of the fridge.
I mean, it would leave us drowning here.
Different issue.
but it's only like. It's less than 100 miles. How long would it take with sub?
I actually don't know. How long would that take with a sub, Raven?
How long would what take with the sub? Sorry, I'm
Getting
making
from-
memes
getting
over
from-
here.
I see it. Getting from the island to the fridge.
Well, we don't know where the fridge is, though, right?
You
that's
have
the other
general
issue.
direction.
Or we don't know where we are. I
Yes.
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, fridge stayed the same.
So I think it took you like 15 minutes before.
Roughly, yeah.
So between probably 30 minutes to an hour would be your best guess.
Yeah, Tamsin will toss that out. Like, could be anywhere up to an hour, maybe a bit more.
This is if we wanted to cut a lot of the guesswork out of it, we send 2 parties. We fully occupy the submarine, and we send other folks to the island with a flare gun. So we don't know what
What
direction it
island?
is, or the fridge
Um,
is.
Yeah.
It's not a terrible idea, actually.
There's not
Do you
really
Do you have flare gun?
If I can make thermite, I could probably make a flare gun.
Let me just look up the ingredients for that.
We've got
Okay.
torches, and TC can throw really far.
Because I don't even know if we know the blueprint
I
for
mean,
that.
there are blueprints in the game for flares and a propulsion cannon.
I do believe I have one of those.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. I can just start a big fire and throw it up into the sky. Just like
So-
catch a tree on fire and throw it.
Hilariously, this is meta, obviously, but knowing blueprints and things like that, do you know what you need for flares?
Is it sulfur?
Over.
So if we don't have a flare gun, seeing Owen seeing every problem as a teleporter-shaped
Yeah.
nail now.
Yeah,
of course.
You teleport the flare up into the air, and then you teleport back down without it, and then the flare goes off.
Oh my god.
Like in midair?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds like what he's describing.
No, that's not a good idea. But using the teleporter, I mean, look, you are worried they won't work, Tamsin,
Yeah.
but we can send the sub if they don't work. It will take only a minute to confirm do they work or not, right?
To
I mean-
confirm that they work on top, we don't know what the situation is on the inside. That's what I'm
Wouldn't
worried
we-
about.
Oh, I thought we were worried that they won't work at all.
No, I'm sure they could get us to the top, but if you swim down, get this person out, and now you're running out of air, or they're at least running out of air.
Oh no! I understood that TC was worried that we will be stuck in the pot in the wreck in general.
Hmm.
That's how I understood it.
It could be either. If I'm not going, I don't have as much of a say in it. It's your own lives at risk, but again, it's not just your own lives at risk.
Also, but I think you should rest. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think I could make another trip like that, let alone be of much help.
you looked very tired yesterday already. Before you left.
And while we're on that topic, I'm sorry that I just left out of the blue. I know, even though I had someone with me that wasn't good.
Apology accepted. Thank you.
Yeah, we need to work on that, but not everything at once. Let's
No,
do-
I know. I just wanted to clear the air
Oh.
on that.
If your entire time on this planet looked like this 2 days, like it's something after something after something, always something, then I can see how you got so tired.
This has been like kind of a vacation compared
Yeah.
to where it was previously.
Honestly, the last couple of months before this place were a nightmare, but this has been Shangri-La in comparison. It's been solid land, not with a crazy psychopath trying to kill us. So,
Oh jeez.
Go on to the
poor
bridge.
Allison.
You're still bleeding. Onto the bridge.
Oh no, I assumed that I'm bandaged
Yeah.
in the middle.
Oh, okay.
because-
Yeah, that's what I was
Oh,
talking
okay.
about. I mean, bridge is still in the works, don't worry. Everyone could use a session on the bridge daily. I think that's good for morale.
All right.
So what did we decide, crew? What the fuck are we doing?
We definitely lack, that's player speaking, not Alison, we definitely lack a commander that would say, of this party, that would say, we do this and let's go.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay. TC will pipe up and go. All right. Well, who is staying behind with Tamsin?
Susie,
Susan?
I know you, tell her again, I know you think you can move this hand, but you shouldn't.
Yeah, and we have some things to work out. Lyle should probably stay too, unless he wants to go back. I don't know how you feel about that.
I would prefer to keep Lyle. It would be nice to have somebody who's can give us a little bit of something to give us a heads up, a little bit of a warning.
Lyle just looks at you and it's like, warning of what?
Of what the water looks like before a leech pops out, or any loose steps that we should know about. You've seen this environment an infinite number of times more than any of the rest of us have.
Well, I mean,
you are the expert.
Since it flipped end on end, it's very. I've seen it once, really.
Mm-hmm. And how many times have I seen it, Lyle?
Less than once.
How many times has Owen seen it?
I'm assuming less than one.
No, I've seen it plenty of times, just like you have, because things don't change what they are when they're rotated 90 degrees, Lyle.
Yes, Alex, what is object permanence for 200?
I think Lyle's probably going to look at you and...
If it is shifted underwater, I'm going to argue that's a different environment.
Thank you. But Lyle is also going to look at TC and go, like, once is, or even, a few dozen times, that's a lot less than infinity.
Mm-hmm. And one is an infinity times more than zero.
He is right. You can have infinite amount of sets between 0 and 1.
Lyle's like getting ready to lean over to Tamsin, like, is that right?
She's like, no, yeah, math checks out on that.
Answer before you can even ask. He's like, all right, well, if Tamsin says it's right, I guess.
Susie, do you think that you could use some of those pieces of grass? Do you think you could maybe build a cricket trap or something? You're clever. You'll figure out a way to do it, whether it's steel or grass. That's something you can handle. Yeah. Yeah.
And one very important thing, I look at Tamsin and Susie. Look. I look at Susie. This is the most tired person I've ever seen in my life. I point at Tamsin. I look at Tamsin. Point at Susie. This is the most traumatized child, teenager I have ever seen in my life. Please give each other a break when I'm gone, okay?
Tamsin looks. She's nodding, but she's giving you that look of, I'm not that old. How dare you? She looks a little put off by the haggard, but yeah. But she does nod. She's like, no, you're right. I'm not that tired looking.
Oh man, that's great.
You're like a fossil. Look at you.
Thanks.
I know that's not what you meant. I apologize.
Yes.
Someone tell me what happened. My computer's black.
Oh no!
So
Pat in chat said, "You look like the most tired person I've ever seen in my life." Thanks. Susie got a 34 to make a bug trap with.
Oh hell yeah!
With
Nice.
reeds, essentially.
Susie's gonna be my hero.
I think I know what you're up to.
I don't. I'm like, celebratory hallucinogenics for when we save this person?
What? No.
Here, take this first before we tell you what's going on this planet.
It's gonna make it really easy to accept everything for
It's the
a
new
little
initiation, right?
God, please no.
While. Well, I do love making cult leaders.
There was a lot more puking than I'd like, i.e., any.
Oh, goodness. So what are you doing?
If everyone is game to come with me, that who is on the go there team?
Apparently Lyle.
Okay.
Apparently.
Lyle and all players except Jay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
Owen's definitely coming.
Owen, Lyle, Allison, TC.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
Oh,
If
Susan
you're all-
and Tamsin.
If you all die in a place where Tamsin and Lyle managed to get out of in the middle of a storm, I'm gonna be impressed.
Just
Like, I'm not even gonna be
time.
mad. I'm just gonna be mad impressed.
Not gonna lie, that there's a small part of me that's just tempted now and going like challenge accepted, but I'm not actually gonna be that mean.
I
So
like
who's-
this character.
I'm not actually
Allison's
gonna make
great.
it
I love
harder.
Allison.
Allison's lovely.
Well, remember,
I like
if
Allison
we
also.
if we die now, we're out of the game. Because
Well,
it takes all of our replacements with us.
Essentially, yes. So now it's Tamsin and Susie left to bicker on an island full of aliens.
Oh, then you become cult members on the other island.
Oh no!
God.
Oh boy. I think Susie would be okay with that. Oh wait, no, the cult members. No, not the native race that we saw with the weird tongues. That's right.
No.
yeah.
I mean that could be an option too. You know.
That seems more of a Susie option than Wilfred.
All right, so Lyle, Owen, TC, and Allison, you are teleporting to the fridge, yeah?
I'm down with it. Yeah.
We need rope, and I propose we actually check if the teleports work both ways.
Question:
Yes.
Who? Fuck.
That's not a question.
No. So,
Oh, no.
question to the group was going to be: do you all want me to handle the thinking to get us there? Since I don't know if the nanobots help, but I've not seen it in its current state. The only one coming who can accurately picture the fucking landscape right now
Is
is
Lyle.
Lyle.
Boy.
So we need Lyle. So we need Lyle to properly think us there.
Oh no.
Okay.
And we
Suddenly,
can't go.
suddenly this all feels a lot more dangerous.
Lyle's plot armor doesn't. It's not a plot shield.
It doesn't
armor.
extend to us.
Hold up.
Oh no!
It's gonna be a natural one.
All right, you got 15. It's a rough ride, but you get there.
Oh boy.
You like show up upside down, almost falling into the thing, but it's
He's got a
enough
real
that you
problem
can-
with. He's got a real problem
Yeah.
with the spatial orientation of this place.
Yeah. but
Just
you all
remember it
make
being
there.
more horizontal.
Excuse me.
Is it warm in here? Because it feels like it's 90 degrees.
Ah,
That's a lot more grim in Celsius.
oh yeah.
That's true. Anyways, yeah, you're where Tamsin and Lyle slept for the evening. You know, on either side of the opening into this thing. It's no longer slushy, but the water inside is rather cold still.
It's assumed we brought the pump with us, right?
I'm gonna assume yes.
Okay, cool. Then
Surprisingly.
let's just set the pump up.
All of that to just set the pump up.
Let's just set up the pump. And look, we're here. This is a perfect time for us to go and find some sulfur, because it feels like we're gonna need some sulfur, regardless of what path we take from this point forward. We're gonna need some sulfur. If it's for a flare gun to get us back to the island, if it's for explosives, we're gonna need some sulfur. And
Quiz hotshot. How are you gonna get down?
Yeah.
I also grabbed rope.
it, kindergarten teachers got it.
So,
Also, I just would have climbed the frictionless surface of a spacecraft.
Let's start
How
with,
Go ahead.
So
sorry.
wait,
let's start with what we've came here to do.
yeah, we spent how many hours debating how to get one person out of this one death tube, and you want to hop the other side of the
Literally
wall and just go on the death marble?
Literally 2 hours.
Nah, it was times
It only
some
felt like
villagers
120 minutes.
first hour.
If Allison's holding a rope out, Owen will start tying it around himself.
Okay, important question. How exactly do you set
Are
up
we,
a
are we
water
lowering someone down? How are we doing this? I think we've all got very different ideas.
I mean,
What was
I
the
think
rope
that-
for?
actually, you can lower me down. That's not a bad idea. Oh, the leeches. Wait, that's. I mean, I mean, I know I weigh like.
Let's drain as much as we can before we put anyone inside. I'm gonna make that statement, and unless anyone disagrees,
You said it would take a few hours, and
it's gonna take a few hours. Yeah. But,
this person might not have so much time.
Everybody, wait a sec. Do I hear any like frantic banging on like
Make a
plexiglass or
hearing
something?
check. Also, I still need to know how you're setting up the water pump. Because how it's set up is important.
what exactly does it look like? I don't think I
It looks
fully
like
understand.
a floating Roomba.
Okay,
You put
with-
pipes on.
okay. I mean, just put it on top of the water with the hose over the side.
Should work.
Okay. So are you like hooking up pipes to go all the way down? Or are you putting pipes on top of it so that it can keep putting water out?
Let's put the pipes on top of it, but can I try to overclock it?
You can certainly try. It's
Man,
mechanical engineering.
somebody want to make that roll for me? I do have 4 points in
Yeah.
sabotage, but I don't think
Okay.
that's applicable.
I got you.
I do have hydraulics.
Hydraulics would work.
I do have points in hydraulics.
Alright, so you've got 4 points in pipes and hydraulics. And 19 in mechanical engineering. That's pretty dang good, actually. Let's see what you get. 25 plus 4, so 29. Yeah, you're able to, like, excuse me, overclock this thing and get it going faster.
I just imagine it sounds like a riding lawnmower with the muffler cut off. Just awful.
Yeah, it doesn't sound the greatest. So that was a 40 on your hearing check before the water pump started turning on, and
Before my tinnitus.
Oh,
yeah. Okay.
mop.
Mope. Yes, you hear very muffled knocks coming
Oh,
from down below.
me processing in my head. I'm like, dude, do you pull a Tamsin and keep that to yourself? And then remembering Owen doesn't know how that works. Oh shit, they're awake. they're banging in there. But I
Okay,
mean,
so
on the bright side, that'll make it easier to find the right one.
I can't imagine how scary it is for them. Like, what if they're claustrophobic?
Well, then that would suck.
Okay, tie me up and lower me down. And I'm tiny. Oh my God.
Wait, what? You want to go down?
I mean, I weigh a half sack of potatoes, so it will be much easier for you to lower me down than the opposite way.
But I don't know. I guess I was thinking of what if you had to help this person get up.
Oh, I didn't realize that I was muted. I was like, man, nobody's giving me fucking anything here. I said that TC jumped in the water as soon as Pat said that. It's like, wow, okay, we're just like a casual conversation. TC's drowning by this
No one
point.
notices
That's
him. It's fine.
Oh shit!
Can I get a physical fortitude? Well, I can roll for you. I'll get you a physical fortitude roll for TC.
I do have swiftness as well.
Okay. It's not so much like a speed
Wait,
thing
wait,
as
wait,
it
wait.
is
Is
a.
it swiftness or trained? It's the feat that gives me more action points or
Trained, yeah.
Trained, yeah, it's trained.
Okay. So you got an 18 on physical fortitude. So you hop in, and you don't like freeze up or anything like that. But it is very cold water, and you get a muscle cramp, and it's uncomfortable.
Yep, seems right.
Like, did you hear which one it was? Where do you know where you're swimming to? Fuck it, I jump in.
Need a physical fortitude roll for Owen.
I've got my fucking return button in one hand.
Do you know what no one's tested yet?
For,
If they return.
Yep,
Yep.
that's true.
See, if we don't have confirmed proof of life, then we don't have to do stupid shit to try to save people. It's when you have confirmed proof of life that you can't plead ignorant, and you have to sacrifice
You're
yourself
right.
saving them.
It's their fault. It's absolutely
They're 100% their fault. If they were just dead like we assumed them to be, this wouldn't be an issue.
It's, same issue there, Owen. You get muscle cramps pretty much immediately. It's really freaking cold.
So
Before I dive down, I yelled, "Don't jump in too!"
as I am the last one. Oh no, there's life left, right. Oh,
Lyle just calls down that wasn't going to be a problem.
I honestly forgot Lyle was still here.
Sorry,
Okay, so-
Allison, go ahead.
I mean, if you two jumped down, I'll affix that rope to something, okay? And I proceed to tie it to something that won't cut it. Because that probably is full of sharp edges here.
Yeah, you can eventually find something to tie it to that's not going to cut it. And then for TC and Owen, I need a swim check to get down to the pod.
Zan, you do still have an advantage sitting somewhere, right?
Oh, that's right.
In this
I
life
forgot to
and
put it
death
up on the overlay.
situation. Oh no.
Oh no. Okay. You're muted, Zan.
I said, yeah, let's go ahead and burn that advantage. And then I was like, oh no, what's going on? I can't see. Because there was a lot of reactions to the noise.
Pat just rolled a nat 1.
Oh.
Pat is Pat.
You're having trouble, because that was a little bad. You're having trouble swimming in this really cold water, and the muscle cramps are a little worse than you thought they were. And you're starting to just sink into the water. You're not so much swimming as you are just flailing. Which is a problem.
Grab the rope! Grab the rope!
There is a rope that shows up. Pat.
Yeah, no, I heard. Am I falling in the direction that banging was coming from?
Yeah, you're just sinking.
Okay, I'd like to sink in that general direction if I've got that much control.
Oh, this is how Owen died.
You do remember that if you die, it's a corpse like vase, right?
If you
Yep. TC.
Actually, the problem may be solved if it starts filling up from the bottom, and then the people on top just walk out on the corpse raft.
Yeah, okay.
That's not a solution.
I mean, at a certain point, decay does make him float. He's got a point.
Oh my god. Zan, I need a swim roll with advantage because you used your advantage.
Go ahead and make that roll then, Raven.
Oh right, I'm rolling for you. I'm sorry, I was too distracted by corpse elevator. Oh,
Wow.
very glad he had advantage. That was gonna be a nat one.
Oh no.
Oh my god!
Wow!
Is it a nat 1 or a nat 20?
Double nat one of
God.
advantage.
Oh.
I rolled two nat ones in a row.
Literally, the only people left. It's gonna be a grumpy old lady and a 15-year-old with a knife. Holy
Let's see how bad it is.
Well,
It's okay, it's not that bad. You're also just sinking. Your muscles have cramped up really bad, and you're sinking, kind of flailing a little bit. Owen's flailing. There is a rope that either of you or both of you could potentially grab onto. Do either of you have the air tank?
Nope.
No!
We have an air
Of
tank?
course we spent 2 hours preparing and nobody took an air tank.
I do have flippers, if that helps.
No.
You're still muted.
No.
Zan, you're muted.
Oh, TC doesn't know he has an air tank. No one has mentioned that to him. That whole communication thing.
Susie has one. I thought you had one other one. Oh, okay, so yeah, you're rapidly running out of air. There's a rope. What do the two of you want to do?
Okay, is the water clear enough that I see they are not diving, they are sinking?
Oh yeah, you can see that they're sinking. And
Oh my god. Okay. Plop.
What did we explicitly say about throwing more
Jay.
people after lost causes?
how are you prophetic with that?
I'm 60. Both my legs weren't working. And you just jumped in the water.
I need a physical fortitude roll for Allison as well.
Okay.
Oh.
That will work swimmingly. I have like 2.
It's not
Would
a
you
nat
like
one.
to use a d6?
Yes, I want to use the D6. I want height. I
Okay.
wanted to use D6 before you even asked. Actually, I wanted to use D6 before I even rolled.
Okay, go ahead and throw it on there.
Okay, that's 15.
Okay. Oh god, I'm dying. Okay, that's enough. Similar situation, Allison's muscles start to cramp up. It's painful, but it's not causing you to like sink. And then I need a swim roll if you would like to try to save.
All
Owen
I
and
want,
TC.
all I want to do is connect first person with rope.
Okay. Yeah, just roll swimming. Just don't get an
Please
outlaw.
please don't fail me swimming. Another beautiful high skill of 3. Yep.
And-
Okay.
Good enough. You're able to it's basically like dog paddling, but you get there. And you're able to stick the rope into Owen's hand or TC's hand. You'll get to TC first.
Okay. I hope that Lyle is. I mean, I didn't say to pull, but I hope he gets the idea.
Yeah, Lyle's just waiting. Owen, did you want to try to grab the rope? You did.
Hoping that my 40 hearing check still helps me out. How far away from this banging am I as I'm sinking?
About halfway there.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Really?
Okay, I still keep the end, hold the end of the rope, and I swim towards.
If I'm
Okay.
if I'm only halfway there, I'm reaching for the rope.
Okay.
Or for my head.
Collectively, Lyle pulls you all back up to the surface of the water. You can start to get a little, excuse me, laughing too hard. You start to get a little more acclimated to the cold. You can try to swim down again now without the,
No. If
Sinking issue.
3 heads are over the water, then I have something to say.
Why did we
Okay.
jump in?
You are muted, Jay.
Oh, I'm aware,
Okay.
so I can yell at you quietly.
Yes.
Why did you just jump into the freezing water and it made you jump me too, you
You
idiot?
didn't even test the teleport.
Oh yeah.
It's
Oh, it has
freezing!
the return button.
And I was worried about the witches that froze to death like an hour ago, probably. And you just... and you...
Did he just go back under?
I yell to TC despite the fact
I'm
he's not on the
teleporting
surface
home.
anymore.
To test the teleporter.
It works.
Why?
When I get back to the tunnel, I'm picturing the fucking pod that I heard the banging coming from and try to teleport myself down to it. Because
Okay.
fuck swimming.
So Allison, mid-sentence, TC just dives down like a penguin.
And he's the one who was supposed to agree with me on the communication. I yell to nobody at this point.
Lyle's still up there. He's like, yeah, you're right. Nat 20 on the swim check for TC. So you just, you're like a penguin, just torpedo right down there. Almost run into Owen as Owen blinks into existence right next to the pod. You're both there.
Can you pull me up, Lyle? It's freezing.
Lyle pulls you up. And, probably gives you a hug or something to, body heat to help you warm up.
Yeah, I'm
Excuse me.
accepting. Like, now I wait probably twice more now I'm wet.
So TC Owen, you're in front of the pod. You see, it's kind of hard to see through because it's somewhat tinted, but looks like a lady probably in her 20s, just banging on the glass. She sees the two of you and just motions. You can definitely see some obscenities. You probably hear it kind of muffled. And she's just giving you a look like, what the fuck?
I mean, if I know how the door's open, I'll try to open the door.
There is an open, like an emergency open button. If you push that, it's like when you in the movies when you see somebody eject out of a.
I'm gonna do this motion real
jet.
quick. Kind of try to express to them that they should hold their breath before I do it. But if they don't hold their breath, that's their own fucking fault.
Okay. They didn't roll that great.
He's not that good at public speaking.
She just thinks that you're choking, and she's making motions like, "What do you want me to do about it?"
Get out of there and save us, damn it!
But yeah, when you push the button, it's like when fighter jets, when they eject in the movies, there's like these pens that all of a sudden just shoot out into the water, and the canopy of the cryopod normally would just sort of launch out of the way, but because it's underwater. Excuse me. When you hit the mute button and it doesn't mute, sorry about that, it just sort of drifts away, and she's sort of flailing a bit because ice cold water now.
I'd very much like to put an arm on her shoulder, hold up my button so TC can see what I'm doing, and remind everyone else that we have a fucking teleporter to use and try and zap us back.
Like, nice intro. Yeah. Let's introduce this person to teleporting like slowly and carefully. Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather introduce them to the teleporter than death, so I'm fine with this.
Sure. I agree with your logic.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I was gonna bamf out with the new person, then TC will just swim back up to the surface and give them the thumbs up, all's clear.
Okay. Excuse me. Goodness. So yeah, Owen and the new person blink out. TC, you break the surface of the water. And there's a very, very cold Allison and a Lyle on top
Oh my
there.
god. Just teleported with this person? Wow.
Yep.
I fish my teleporter button out of my onesie and press
All
it
right.
myself.
So yeah, you and Lyle's still holding on. So you and Lyle end up back where Owen and the new person is too, leaving TC in this thing.
Leaving TC in this thing wearing nothing but a grass skirt and his underwear.
No. I didn't want to teleport Lyle if you mean that, Raven. So yeah,
Oh, okay.
I would make the step back. That was not my intention.
I don't know if TC ever got a teleporter.
I don't think
I don't think he did.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
It also wouldn't surprise me if Lyle had an extra one. So I think he's
We'll,
just
we'll just say that. Okay, cool.
I could very much
That
see
one-
Lyle like getting one and being like, "Hey, I wonder if I can get a second one." Push the button again.
Well, that's because for quackers, right?
Yeah, Quackers needs one. You can borrow Quackers.
He's a real smart bird. He can just think about a place where he's got some food and just a great time, you know.
Anyone seen Quackers lately? Meanwhile, back on Earth.
Anyway, so yeah, you got a teleporter now. Excuse me. So, would you like to teleport out, or do you still have
Yeah.
things to do there?
No, I'll just teleport out. That's fine.
All right. The water pump keeps working, and eventually we'll get the water out of there.
Cool.
So you all end up eventually back at the teleporter room. And I apologize because literally invented this person during the explosives planning. She's got an accent. I've decided that I haven't had a chance to prep, so it's probably going to sound a little weird. She looks at all of you, soaking wet, hair in her eyes, shivering. She's like, "The fuck was all that then?"
I just
I'm under the water, and then suddenly I'm in a cave, and then I'm wet and I'm soaking. The fuck's going on?
I just put my hands on her shoulders. That's a yeah. Hello, I'm Ellison Carter. We crashed on this ocean planet, and the teleporting beat wouldn't be required to explain on the first minute of this of their presence here if you didn't do that like that. Why?
Yes, Owen is barely paying attention because he's looking all over for leeches. Yeah, I'm very sorry. Next time, if you'd prefer waiting for an explanation, we could just let people drown instead. That's fine.
She's taking her own pulse and going, wait, is there something wrong with the cryopods? Am I experiencing that oxygen deprivation thing?
No.
That must be it.
I'm a nurse. Can I take a look on you?
I suppose. If you're even real.
No.
But yeah, she lets you check her out.
Except being a little shaky. Probably nothing wrong.
Oh yeah. She's
Just trauma for the rest of life.
Yep. She's in exceptional physical health.
Yeah, Allison, it's the teleporting that traumatized her, not waking up under the ocean in a pod.
And then suddenly not being in the ocean. Yeah, she's a bit shaky. She looks around at you all and goes, well, assuming I'm not hallucinating all you. I'm Luna Pentagast. Nice to meet you all. What the fuck?
TC will explain it all over dinner. I need to get warm real quick.
Yeah, TC, what with the planning and then the jumping moment we teleported?
We committed. Look.
Okay.
We
right.
committed to this plan. When we commit to a plan,
right.
The plan is done.
You're right. I insisted on time myself, but okay.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, we committed to a big plan that we discussed in length to avoid taking the action that then immediately happened.
New information came to light.
Tamsin and Susie are still at the bridge, right?
Right.
Sure are, yeah. They're just having a chill time. Well, I don't know if Susie's on the bridge, but Tamsin sure as hell is.
I'm.
While the other three are talking, Luna just starts walking off.
No.
She's like running her hands along the teleporter arch. Like, right, what's all this then? What is this on about?
Middle button gives you one of these things to get you back here. Top button, you have to think of a place, and then it'll teleport you there if you think hard enough. If you believe enough, it's like fairy dust. And then
I'm sorry, is there something in the air here?
Probably. Yeah, I mean, we're probably inhaling a whole bunch of weird alien shit. And then this bottom button is kind of like the first button, but it just goes to a specific place by the houses that we found, and you don't have to think as hard, so it's kind of like a shortcut.
Uh-huh.
Do you want?
Is there anybody here who's not crazy?
Me. Yeah.
Only because she hasn't been awake as long.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Nice to see that this is what I have to look forward to.
Sorry for your experience being this rough. We really had to save you from this damaged cryopod in this rough fashion. Yeah. So you are a ship crew member or a colonist?
With the colony.
Yeah.
I design vehicles and pilot and
Great.
Theoretical engineering.
Great. So I'm sorry, but this will be a bunch of bad news and not it's not the kind of bad news, good news situation.
Since we don't have good news to sprinkle in, do you want me to fix up a meal so there's it could be like a bad news food situation, at least.
Yeah,
Well,
he
I
will
mean,
be
if I'm gonna
cooking.
hear bad news, it might as well be with a full stomach. So sure.
Yeah. So yeah, ship crashed not on the planet it was meant to land on, and it's mostly ocean, and it's having an in native flora and fauna, and some of it's sapient and pretty advanced, but I'm not really. But I got conflicting reports on whether these sapient aliens are friendly or not. It's complicated, so.
Right. Well, clearly, if there's a teleporter, Bosco hasn't even figured that one out yet. So, some sort of alien life here. That's new.
Yeah.
All right. So, how long till the rescue crew gets here? Right. I'm gonna take that silence as a really feckin' long time.
I meant what I said when I get that said that there's really no good news.
Yeah, because there's the whole thing about them having to realize we're missing first, which will take a while, and then the finding, and then the coming.
Right. Well then, where's the rest of the crew and
Oh,
like the
yeah.
ship captain personnel? Who's in charge?
The
Oh, her name is
I
Tamsin.
Oh yeah. She's a doctor astrophysicist, and well, that's another bad news. There's not many of us. There's only two people more. Oh no. There was this guy you told me about, but we haven't met him yet, and that's good.
Yeah, there's the seven of us here now, and Quackers, so 7 and a duck. And then there's Wilfred, and then however many people are still alive that he suckered into his cult on the other island.
Sounds like you got a real Lord of the Flies type situation going on here.
Maybe?
Oh,
Right.
I wanted to broke to you in a much more organized fashion, but I, with my evil kindergarten teacher eye at Owen, probably that's not looking so evil and menacing as I wanted to. But
No,
I mean-
it's a lot to process, but it's fine. I can assimilate lots of knowledge at one time. Multitasking on my brain.
And I mean, to be fair, it's been so much random bullshit and chaos that there's only so much organization you can spin on it. Especially because we're really just still getting some of the information. Like, we didn't figure out there were 3 different flavors of these aliens till, yesterday.
You've been eating the aliens.
Not yet. Groups.
Right. That's probably good.
I wanted to say you're doing really great, Luna.
Also, 2 of those 3 are
Thanks.
robots, so they probably don't taste very good.
Robots, right. So you mentioned it's Tamsin, was it? Where's this person? And is she less crazy?
Oh, she's on her feel-good bridge, I assume.
I mean, I've been on this planet. No, that's wrong. I was on this planet. Only I was in the pod like you. I woke up from the pod 2 days ago, and these people have been through a lot, and it's noticeable. Yes, that's the best way to put it. So this Tamsin is really tired. Okay?
Right.
A hard 60.
How long this has it been since we crashed?
Few weeks.
That'd be a Tamsin and Lyle question, because they were both awake during. The rest of us have kind of woken up since.
I think Lyle is there, so probably we'll say it's been, a few months. And Luna will just be like, right, so, it's been a few months. That means, right, that's more time for Bosco to realize we're gone.
Yeah, and air is good, things are edible, water is clean, and there is shelter, so, like the training said, that's some things out of the way, right?
Sure, sure. That means there's probably been enough time to either salvage or make some sort of alcohol. So I feel like I could use a drink.
I don't think we figured that out yet. I don't think. Did we? Wait, Lyle, you said the guy that was there before me was working on something like that, right?
Yeah. I think that was on the other island. I'm
I
not
don't think he
real
made it
sure-
to the
not real
island.
sure I don't remember.
I think
Not
he
real
just
sure what
kind of
happened
like.
to that.
I mean, just to be clear, Raven, we are. She was started walking, so we are leading her to Tamsin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we have alcohol. We found some hallucinogenic bugs.
Well,
If
let's save the hard
that's
stuff
your
for
bag.
later. Not quite there yet. So are you teleporting her to the village or taking her up the stairs?
Oh no, not teleporting.
We should probably take her up the stairs at least once so that she sees things and then can teleport to them in the future.
Okay, good call. She does grab one of those remotes before you leave, and then is just very wide-eyed, looking at everything. The stairs, and kind of like jumps back, but is a little bit taken aback, like when the lights are there. And she's like, oh, look at that ambient lighting. And then sees their different colors. Everybody's like, what's that all about? She's asking, expecting an answer, but she's still walking.
Not from me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that came up in the books we found yet.
There's books.
So sort of, it's more like rocks, and I can read them, sort of.
Right, with the crickets, right?
No. Something else. Different edible. Inhalant, I guess. We'll get to that. We should really just have a very long, start to finish powwow at some point, but talk. Tonight feels like a good time to do that, right?
Team meeting.
Go over.
I mean,
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to hear most of it too, and
You were also invited. That wasn't just Luna.
no.
It was to
I
get everybody on the same page.
Yeah. I just meant what I meant to say is that's a good idea because I still have a lot of questions too.
I offer no promises that those will be answered, but we'll tell you things.
Great. And she, as soon as she sees somebody else, presumably Tamsin on the bridge.
Oh, look, literally any other person on this planet. Goodbye.
Yep. Pretty much. She just makes a beeline over there. Walks onto the bridge with her hand outstretched to shake Tamsin's.
Mm-hmm.
Takes 2 steps onto the bridge and goes, "Oh, hey,
Tamsin looks up at her, kind of like, and just pats the bridge next to her.
Okay, it's the first time I see the bridge actually.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
So-
Luna just like plops down right next to you and goes, "Oh, if there's no booze, this'll work."
Tamsin.
Okay, I plop next to them. What
Everyone
is
just sit
happening?
on the
Tell me.
bridge.
Tell me about
Luna
the bridge, please. Now, somebody tell me about the bridge.
Luna shakes Tamsin's hand and just like, Lunar, Luna Pentecost. Nice to meet you.
Tamsin will look over at Allison like, we should have gotten you on this days ago. This thing just soothes everything. It like just takes all the peaks off the mountains, makes it all nice and smooth. It essentially is like a calming effect, if I remember right.
Yeah. It's like nature's anti-anxiety medication.
It's like a nice weighted blanket.
Yeah. So yeah, Luna is sharper.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
You don't have to pay for it though.
So yeah, Luna seems to chill out a bit. And just looks at Tams and is like, so they told me you're the one in charge.
Tamsin shoots a look at everyone else and does a little wave. And
Owen teleported her straight out of the water with no explanation, and then told you're the boss. And I simply lay on my back, watching the sky.
well, it's not the first time he's thrown me under the bus.
I just love that. Owen did it.
Yeah, basically. I'm glad he got you out alive, though. Did you get the water pumped out? Is that how it worked, or what happened?
Oh, don't even make me start. They just jumped into the freezing water, and I had to, and they started cramping and drowning, and I had to jump just to. Oh no! Oh.
Yeah, that does sound pretty. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, the pump is working.
Oh, that's good.
Mm.
She's just kind of just leaning on one arm, like, yeah, that sounds right. Also, Pat, you know what happens to snitches? Literally nothing.
Yeah.
You're like,
Life goes on the island. That's
Yeah.
what happens.
it says the head snitch. Like,
they get a dirty look on the way past the teleporter. That's pretty much it.
yeah. So yeah, Tamsin will wave at the rest of the group if there's anyone coming up. But otherwise, she'll just if Luna asks any questions, she'll affirm or deny them as described.
Yeah, Luna just sort of chills out, and seems to be
too.
taking this remarkably well. Like even with the bridge thing, like sort of just taking everything and just being like, okay.
Tams is just happy she doesn't have to explain it all like in depth. She does it for the benefit of Allison, just so she has context for some of the stuff we may not have talked about.
She also explains to Tamsin that she's basically a test pilot, that she designs and tests vehicles and is trained in theoretical engineering.
Oh,
An engineer, great.
you have no idea how happy it is to make me hear that. I'm an astrophysicist. She's a primary school teacher, I think she said.
Oh, that's complicated because there were not many kids on the list. So, but it says colony, so it was expected to grow. Pregnancies, childbirths, toddlers, kindergarten.
She's good in a bad situation and good in a good one too. She's good to have around. TC is an eco-terrorist. Lyle is a hairdresser.
That is a legally accurate but highly hurtful term.
You're right. Sorry, TC is a corpo-terrorist. Specifically focuses on corporate, not on ecosystems. That's always misleading. Lyle is the hairdresser. and Owen's a cook, and Susie's 15.
And Susie's 15.
Well, she's not here. She can't defend herself. She doesn't like the bridge.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Unless
that's
she's
right.
like sitting on the edge of it.
Just sitting on it, like, nope, I'm not touching it.
In the defense of my new bestie, I will also add she's maybe the most survival competent person on this island. Sorry, Tamsin.
No apologies needed. I suck at survival. I spend most of my life looking at stars and doing math.
But she is a very traumatized child, so not really. Cut her some slack. Her parent died on this planet, right?
Yeah, they did.
Right. Okay, so we've got
Yeah.
protector. She looks at TC and uses that term with air quotes.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a chef, a hairdresser, a teacher, an astrophysicist, and a ship designer.
Yep.
Right. Perfect makings for a new colony on a sounds like somewhat hostile alien planet.
We're not saying. Did they tell you how long it's supposed to take for Bosco to even get here?
No, there was a long pause when I asked that question.
Okay. Here comes the bus right now. 8 months, roughly, before they find us. Or find out we're missing. 8 to number of months until they find us.
Right. So we were more than halfway to our destination.
Closer to 3/4. Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
You've taken it the best out of anyone so far.
I'm still processing. The bridge is
The bridge
doing
helps.
a lot.
Yeah.
It's great. Probably gonna be a little more cranky tomorrow.
You will. But there's food.
Well, at least there's that. Okay, well, I think I'm at the limit of what I can process for the day. I'll get back with you for questions about other plans for tomorrow, but any questions, I guess, for me, since I'm new here?
Do you think you could cobble together a rocket out of scraps?
Well, depending on what parts of the ship are still intact, what raw materials we can, can be found here. Theoretically, of course, yes, I could design it, and help build it, but someone else would also need to help build it.
We'd all
more
be
of a
helping.
team
It's
process.
building isn't as much of an issue, but you're the only engineer we have, aside from TC, who I wouldn't classify as a rocket scientist.
Well, actually, rockets are pretty explicitly my area of expertise.
Rockets that we can ride in and that won't blow up at the end.
Yeah, it's not the rocket that's the problem, it's the cabin. That's that's my issue.
Right. So I pretty much just rolled out of the pod into icy cold water and didn't have time to grab anything. Do we have computers?
No,
Anything like that?
Only bad news. Remember?
Yeah, well, there's beds. Well, a bed.
We need to make some radios because there are many reasons to build radios, and I know it doesn't sound like a top priority.
No, it is.
Trust me, it is.
It definitely is. Yeah, especially since there's only so many tablets to go around now.
Anything to facilitate communication.
Yeah. We need to work on that. And Tamsin just leans back on the bridge and like puts her hands behind her head.
On the note of communication, I've been discussing it with Owen today, and I think there's some real merit to his idea. And I plan to go with him not tomorrow, but the day after. I would love it if we didn't have to divide the group, but I'm sure this will be.
Go with him where?
Owen, can you explain the location a little bit more eloquently than I can?
Questionable, but I can try. One of the underwater alien facilities that Boris, Susie, and I visited to try and get more information on whatever higher bullshit is going on this island or on this planet, and what the actual plan is that they had to get off. And,
Right, the
Who
aliens
they?
who built teleporters and all of this stuff need to know how to
Different-
get off the planet.
Different aliens.
Right,
Long
so I mean-
story.
yeah, like I said, I thought it'd be a good idea to do this tonight, kind of in some sort of like sequential order. But yeah, like I mentioned, so if we're just diving into shit, we'll fill
Apparently
it in.
that's what you've been doing all day, so
I mean, look at
you
that
may
one.
as well.
Excuse me. One person dived in, and I was told that we were expected to use the buddy system at this point, so couldn't let them go alone.
Tams is just like, she's trying not to giggle.
But yeah, so apparently this planet is an alien prison. The reason we crashed is because of part of the prison system, technology-wise. From the aliens on here, we're kind of in 3 groups. We've got books and an accounting from one of the groups, so obviously there is some. We don't know how skewed an accountant is, but essentially, of those 3 groups, 1 or 2, I can't remember, it's escaping me. Some of the groups made themselves robots so that they would survive longer to figure out how to get out of their sentence here, ignoring the fact that they could have just served a life sentence and died in a much faster time than how long they've still been stuck here as robots. Supposedly they know how to get off the planet, but they need someone who's not a robot to do their plan.
Right.
Is just the Spark Notes version of that.
Right, we're gonna file that away for tomorrow.
Mhm.
That's a
Mhm.
tomorrow question. Wait,
Also,
If
one of the
you've
other
been-
groups devolved into like some furry cryptid folks that live in the woods. So we don't think they're dangerous, but probably best to avoid them for now.
Oh! I look weirdly agitated for this bridge. Where's Susie?
She was over in one of the houses, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
not going to the jungle alone. Very
Well,
good.
I mean, I would assume not. Otherwise, she knows I would give her shit. Probably. I don't know.
And me too.
Mhm.
Luna looks at everybody and says, "Wait, I do have one more question though. If you've been here for quite a while, how did you know to come get me out of my pod?"
Okay, this
Well-
part I didn't get exactly.
That's a long story. And Tamsin just leans back and closes her eyes.
Right, we'll put a pin in that. I think this is probably a pretty good spot to wrap up because we've got over on time a bit.
I thought she was going to ask me about the goddamn beds.
I still giggle every time I think about that. Wait, did we get that extra bed? Fuck! But do any of your characters have questions for Luna before we wrap up? Since I've
Nothing tonight, no.
I don't know.
plucked this
chill.
character out of the ether.
So just check it. Never led in or participated in any what someone would describe as like cult activity.
Yeah, we really should start asking people that.
Do you have?
I think we just have to really define what a cult is, and before we can start just judging anybody for being it.
While we're on the subject of judgment, follow-up question: do you have any pre-existing prejudices against people with mechanical augmentations or part robot people?
So for the first question, she just blinks slowly at you and goes, "The fuck kind of question is that?"
I'm not hearing a no.
No. Why
Okay,
is that
good.
even a question?
It'll come up.
Oh,
We'll get
Oh,
to it.
great. Tomorrow me is going to be real happy about that.
oh.
Also, no. Why the fuck would I have any issue with people with prosthetics or whatever?
Oh, I don't know. Everyone else here seems to, but you know.
Actually, now you ask this question, and it made me think about it. I know Bosco did a pretty careful vetting of people on the list. There should be nobody from cults. I mean, there also should be. But they got this dude Wilfred. So, oh my God, how could company screw up so badly?
Bosco, delegation is our business.
All right. Well then, I like both of those raid cries. Those are both great. But yeah, I think that's a good spot to wrap it up. We can do like food and stuff just before the next stream. But before we go on a raid, I'm gonna let everybody say what their favorite part was, where we can find them, and anything else they'd like to share. We'll go reverse order. So, Jay, what was your favorite part? Where can folks find you? And anything else you'd like to share?
I'm gonna have to take this one. Just my favorite part was watching the 2 hours of deliberation, multiple plans, so much just in-depth like contingencies, and then like within 2 minutes they're in the water, just almost immediately, and no one checked the teleporters. Everything went out the window, and I loved not being a part of it. It was great because it just. I loved getting to sit on the bridge, metaphorically, and sit here and be like, I can't believe how quickly that went off the rails. And none of it is my fault. Especially after everything Tamsin went through today, I feel like that is okay. As well, dealing with everything with Tamsin and getting out of everything and only needing to use the crit at the very end was shocking. Impressive does not really cover it because I shouldn't have lived through that. That was stupidity at its finest, but I think we all managed that today in some way, shape, or form. But you did it. You got her out. I'm very proud of you. But also, you jumped right in the water. Where you can find me is on Twitter or itch.io. Twitter is @alienjays. Itch.io is /Jalian. And you can find me next on Saturday at 6 Mountain Time for Animus Absentus, where our plans will pale in comparison to tonight's episode.
I don't know. It's a toss-up, I think. Oh goodness, that was great. Next, Econorlax, what was your favorite part? Where can folks find you, and anything else you'd like to share?
My favorite part was a bit accidental and sort of meta, because it was TC jumping into the water and me and Owen debating on the edge of this pipe because Zan was muted. That was the best possible moment for being muted and for so long. I mean,
I just thought y'all didn't care.
Yeah, we're just ignoring you. Yeah, we had plans. We had to discuss them carefully first, right? No.
Oh goodness.
Okay, so yeah, I'm Ekinorlax, and you can find me next either on my own stream somewhere in American morning hours, or on that would be same time as this stream was, so 6 p.m. Mountain Time on Saturday. When you will be playing Animus Absentis, I will be playing on Polish channel in End Times.
Oh,
New
cool.
game. We are testing kind of.
Awesome. Next, Pat, what was your favorite part? Where can folks find you? And anything else you'd like to share?
Yeah, real similar to Jay's. Getting to sit by and watch the Tamsin show at the beginning was a lot of fun. Just getting to just watch the. Yep, nope, that's bad. Okay, yep, that's okay. We're tilting now. Okay, yep, that was a lot of fun. That again, very great to not be the reason someone else is in trouble and just get to watch. Yeah, I'm Pat. I am a Tactric on Twitter and Twitch. There will definitely be stuff on my channel at some point in the future. I remember it exists, and now I've been very bad about streaming for the last month or so, and we've had some issues come up with our Lancer game's been a little bit sporadic, so we're working things out, and we will get stuff back up. Stuff is coming, as Zan's. See, it's at a 90-degree angle, so I don't know whose head that is now. What could it? That's a new shape to me. That's it. That's all I.
All right. Speaking of Zan, what was your favorite part? Where can folks find you? Anything else you'd like to share? You're muted.
Every time.
There you go.
You can. My favorite part this time was. I don't know. It was interesting that all the shit that TC talked about. Everybody staying together and then was the first one to jump into the pool was not lost on me. But I really enjoyed Owen bringing that up at a later point in time and being like, oh, well, I was just going with TC. Because it was the buddy system. He dived in, I had to dive in. So I like that getting turned on its head a little bit. That was kind of fun. And I mean, everybody has already mentioned just such good shit already. And yeah, you can find I'm Zan. I'm a professional DM and content creator for 5e, World of Darkness, Powered by the Apocalypse, and a whole bunch of other role-playing systems out there. You can find me every week at this time slot and at 3 a.m. Central Time on Tuesdays and Fridays over on Polished Cryptid's channel. And soon, hopefully, you'll be able to find me on Patrick's channel or my own channel, as I hope the faces that I've been making have been really good, but I can't tell because I'm staring into a black computer screen because my laptop is dying. But yeah, if anybody wants to help me out and help plan some of the stuff on that will be coming to my channel, you can definitely find that on my Twitter at InsanityTTRPG. That's my whole thing.
Awesome. Also, go check out at Canned Chaos Art and at Leopold the Just on Twitter. Leland and Alex were able to make it tonight, but they're awesome. You should definitely go check out their stuff as well. My favorite part, hard to pick a favorite part. The whole episode was great. Probably the literal 2 hours of figuring out how we're going to take raw materials and turn it into these complex explosives and drain the thing, and me coming up with a billion super simple solutions like, no, we got to do this super complicated one, and then just going, all right, well, let's turn on the pump and dive in.
I'm on a watch list now, Raven.
That's not my fault.
It is 100 to 1. You're right. It's Jay's fault. Jay's the one that challenged me.
You're right. Yeah, I'll take ownership of that. I'm in Canada. My address is Colcesis.
100% Marty McFly syndrome right there.
Oh god. Anyway, so that whole part, which also gave me time to figure out what the fuck NPC that was gonna be, because I never had plans to have NPCs in this game. I mean, aside from the aliens. So yeah, that was fun. I don't know how I figured out Luna Pendergast that quick, but she's cool. I like her. Thanks for almost killing someone today, Tamsin.
You're most welcome. By the way, I just want to say I will take credit for making sure there's no lampreys in the fridge because I poured Freon into it. Just putting that out there.
It's true. Oh yeah, I was gonna mention, like, there were none in there because it was too cold.
What, was the Freon also the entire reason that it was freezing cold?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Maybe if you hadn't just jumped in.
Also the 3 nat ones in a row was just like, holy cow. I'm really glad we had some advantages and crits and things today, because those were literally what saved some of your lives, your characters' lives. That was all great. Where you can find me next, I'll be playing Niklaus Sebastian Adama on Exodus tomorrow. Same bird time, same bird channel. I don't know. 6 p.m. Mountain Time tomorrow, right back here. It's a game that's inspired by Bioshock, which is it's a lot of fun. My character's sort of a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, with both sides being a villain, just different types. So I'll either be playing Nick, who's the smarmy rich doctor, or his sort of magic drug-induced alter ego Klaus, who's a bit more like the Joker, specifically like Mark Hamill's Joker. It's very fun to play. It's a trip. But we're getting into some really cool stuff there, so definitely come check that out. And then Thursday we've got our Star Wars game that I'll be jamming, Elite Beskar. It's a bunch of Mandalorians and a pseudo-Sith. And it's at the same time on Thursdays. It's a lot of fun. And more shows and stuff after that as well. Other things to share. Sponsors are Fundamental RPG and Intrepid. If you've enjoyed the system that we've been using today, it's a variation on Fundamental RPG 2nd Edition, which just dropped a couple of days ago for purchase in the digital version. It's really cool. So it's a system that I developed, and the book is 69 pages, so that's a great reason just to pick it up right there. But it's also full of art that I've done, art from a couple of very talented artist friends of mine as well. And it's just a great system. You can pick it up. The link's there, right there in chat, or you can go to coffee.com/raven/shop and find it there. Currently, the digital format comes with the PDF of the book, a PDF of a printable character sheet, and a PDF that is form fillable for a character sheet as well. Excuse me. And there'll be expansions and things for that coming out later this year as well, with lots of really cool extra content. But yeah, go pick it up. The printed version, so like the physical copy that you can flip through like in real life, that should be available for purchase in the next couple of days or so. We had a little snag with the printer formatting, so we're getting that fixed up, and then it'll be right out there available for purchase. So yeah, very cool stuff. We're gonna go on a raid. Raid cry is, why is there nobody on cave duty? And we're gonna go raid We Are Nerdsmith, another great channel. Highly recommend giving them a follow. And then also, if you would like to catch up on this show or others on the channel or past shows that we've done, currently you can find all of that on YouTube. Just do a search on YouTube for Blackfeather Guild. And then very soon we'll be at the Fantasy Network. So you'll be able to see all of that content over at the Fantasy Network, which is watch.thefantasy.network/videos is where all that content will be. So yeah, I think that is everything. So we're going to go on that raid. We've got our raid cry. Thank you all for watching, everybody who donated, subscribed, and all that, and these amazing players who make this game what it is. It's awesome. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody.